Well, hello, my baby gorillas, and I'm not quite sure. Let me just check. I fucking done the wrong thing. Let me just check the sound and everything's okay. I'm going to disappear in a minute, and I'm going to jump between screens because I'm obviously not down in London just now. So I'm going to give shout outs to the people whose stream I'm using. So I'm going to start with Jeff Taylor's, and then I'm going to just get ready just now. So let me see. Oh, that was nearly something interesting there. There we go. Let's see if it's working.
Collective. Can you say pre-loved? Can you say self-asked? Can you say lowest seller fees? Can you say Vestiaire Collective?
Guys, wait. Important message. First of all, I'm Rory Reid, and you're watching Auto Trader.
Can you say pre-loved? Can you say self-asked? Can you say lowest seller fees? Can you say Vestiaire Collective?
Guys, wait. Important message. First of all, I'm Rory Reid, and you're watching Auto Trader.
Can you say pre-loved? Can you say self-asked? Can you say lowest?
My God, that's noisy. Let's see if I can jump ahead here.
Can you say
wait. Important message. First of all, I'm Rory Reid, and you're watching Auto Trader.
Can you say pre-loved?
Oh my God, let's just move a wee bit ahead and see. I just want to make sure the audio's in. If the audio's in, it's quite loud, that. Don't know where the volume is. I think I'll keep it up loud, and then that way you can turn down the volume at your end if it's a bit loud. I prefer it to be too loud and too quiet, and just make sure you're getting a good sound coming out it, and me talking there's actually sound. Let's see if we can get.
And you're watching Auto Trader.
Oh my God, let's just move a wee bit ahead and see. I just want to make sure the audio's in. If the audio's in, it's quite loud, that. Let me just move this. The volume is. I think I'll keep it up loud, and then that way you can turn down the volume at your end if it's a bit loud. I prefer it to be too loud and too quiet. I'm just going to get this sorted out. Coming out it, and me talking there's actually sound. Let's see if we can get.
And you're watching Auto Trader.
Oh my God, let's just move a wee bit ahead and see. I just want to make sure the audio's in. If the audio's in, it's quite loud, that. Let me just move this. The volume is. I think I'll keep it up loud, and then that way you can turn down the volume at your end if it's a bit loud. I need to come closer. I'm just going to get this sorted out. Coming out it, and me talking there's actually sound. Let's see if we can get. And you're watching Auto Trader. Oh my God, let's just. I think that's it. I just want to make sure the audio's in. That's it. I think that looks better, doesn't it? Let me just check. Oh no, it's not. Oh my goodness, honestly. Where is that? Move that over. My goodness, trying to get that. It was working fine about 5 minutes ago. And now it's Ivecam. So YouTube are playing silly buggers and not promoting this thing either. Where is this? Right, Ivecam. There it is. So there's good signal on that, and yet when it goes to this, quite difficult to actually get a. Don't need to break up on the shoulder. Seems to be flickering a bit. My goodness, that's weird. Wonder why that is. What's that? Ah, right, I see. I was wondering what that was there. It's the mic. That's better. So that doesn't look as bad now. Seems to be a bit flickering a bit. I think that's as good as it's going to get. Maybe blown out a wee bit in the colour, but c'est la vie. Let's go. So we're going to go over Jeff and see what Jeff's saying. I'll leave you in the hands of Jeff as well just now.
Victoria Station, and
I'm going to get dressed.
The exit, and the place is absolutely rammed with people. Patriots everywhere. They're just everywhere. Morning. Say hello, YouTube. There we go. Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, you've got lots of patriots here all over the place. Look at them all. Look, yay! Marvellous. So this is getting good. Hi.
I wondered if I might meet you today.
Oh, well, yeah, well, I said I was going to be here, so yeah,
that's
doing
good.
my best. It's great to see everyone here. Morning.
First time
How we
here.
doing? Fine, thanks. And everyone's in good spirits. We're going to be peaceful, and we're going to be passionate, and we're going to support Tommy. Yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done. I think so, yeah, I bet so, oh yeah, because I bet so many
Down in
people who,
Portsmouth.
yeah, oh yeah, it was down in Port, all these days
I've had
ago.
A lot of reaction from that.
Have you? Good, yeah, excellent.
I was down there a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I interviewed the other side.
Oh, did you? Oh, you
Yeah.
don't be doing that. Yeah.
Oh, well, I was trying to get their point of view. I mean,
Yeah.
Being
Yeah.
sort of
Yeah.
unbiased and all the rest of
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And well, it turns out that when they found out who I was,
Oh, right, then they got upset.
they did. They
Yeah.
chased me off.
Oh, well, never mind.
They were fairly,
Yeah,
fairly naughty about it.
right,
What I
okay.
do find amazing is that a lot of them were the Unite Union.
Oh, yeah,
and they
Unite,
call
yeah.
themselves Socialists.
They're not, no.
Now, socialists 90 years ago
Yeah.
were the National Socialist
Yes, I know,
Party
yeah.
in Germany.
Anyway, I've got to go around and talk to some
Yes,
people.
I'm gonna say.
I'm trying to spread the peace message.
Absolutely.
The peaceful message, yeah. So, here we are, trying to squeeze in between people here. Now, if I turn the camera around, you might get an idea.
missiles, like that sort of thing. And basically, because we were giving Ukrainians all this
So there you go, you can see. Oh, hi.
I met
Yeah.
you at the law courts last time.
Oh, at the law court, so in what capacity? Were you the judge?
No, I was one of the boys.
All right, yeah. Good to you.
It was good to meet you again.
And you, thanks very much, yeah.
Hope you enjoy your day.
Oh, I will.
Like I said, we're all here for one cause.
Oh, yes.
You know, support the British public.
Yeah,
the
and
family,
Tommy. And stay peaceful.
And stay peaceful, yeah.
Yeah.
Cheers, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, yeah. Oh, out the way. There we go. So, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a good day today. What's the time now? It's 5 to 11. We're not even meant to be here before 11, but we are. We're here in droves, lots of us. So, yeah. Oh, sorry. Hi. Hi.
say how you,
Oh,
mate.
hi.
How you
yeah.
doing?
I'm
Live
fine, thanks.
yourself?
Oh, yeah, we're both
Yeah,
live.
oh, yeah,
so,
yeah,
so
good.
you're watching me, watching you,
Yeah,
watching
yeah,
me,
that's
watching you.
right.
Yeah, great.
Hey, Jeff.
Yeah.
Have you got any clips with you? No.
Any?
Any-
I left them all in the hotel.
Okay.
Anyway, there you go. So we're going through the crowd again and see a few more people. And you can see over there, yeah, lots of people behind me. Hello, hi. There you go, you see, look, people behind me.
Go on, Tommy. Where are you, Tommy?
There you go. All good to see. Yeah. Oh.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, sorry. Other hand. Hi.
Big fan.
Oh, hi. Yeah. And good to see military people like us.
Yeah,
You know?
military brother.
Oh,
You
former
right?
military people like me.
Oh, you okay? You well?
Oh, fine, thanks.
Yeah,
you.
yeah, flying well, flying well.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously a lot more people here today.
Good turnout, isn't it?
Sorry?
Good turnout, and the weather's just
Oh,
on
yeah.
the side
No,
slightly.
yeah. It's meant to calm off a bit, you know,
At least
in a while.
it's not too warm.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Looking forward to it. First one for me.
Yeah. Good. I'm being hijacked here. It's very nice. It's really nice. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you turn it that way round. Yeah. Oh, again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Have a good day.
Oh, I will, and you as well.
Yeah, thank you
Keep
very
it peaceful but passionate. Peaceful but passionate.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
Yeah. And here we are. Oh, we got some England stuff here. Yes, it's good, isn't it? Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
I was watching you yesterday.
Oh, you were watching me yesterday. Oh, you're live. Say hello to the internet.
Hello, Internet.
Yes, there you go. All good stuff. Anyway, we'll move on a bit more if I can find some room.
Mate, I was watching you last night.
Oh, right, okay.
Hello.
Hello there.
Ah, Pete, mate, what a legend. Listen, one love, man. Hit the like button, subscribe. Love you to bits, mate. Andrew Bridges over there, have you seen him?
Sorry?
Andrew Bridges.
Oh, I need to go and talk to him.
He's right here.
I shall go and talk to Andrew Bridgen, if I can find him. Sorry, which way? Oh, the police came running up to us, so we thought, oh, that's it, the end. We're doomed. We're doomed.
Thank you for everything.
Oh, thank you.
Have something
Yeah.
for you.
Oh, what's that?
For later, it's a prayer for all
Oh,
of you
thank
warriors.
you. Warriors of the United Kingdom. Right, okay, yeah, thank you. Well, let me put this away first, otherwise I'll lose it. I'll interrupt with my microphone at the same time. Oh, in it goes, but not. There's a big fat wallet in there.
Jeff, can you just cuddle Jean, please?
Oh, I can cuddle Jean, definitely.
You
I'm
like
cuddling
that,
Jean.
Jeff?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, good. Oh, well, there you go. Oh, look. This is, I'm surrounded. What a bevy of beauty. I'm with a bevy of beauties here. Oh, look, sorry. All right, oh, I've got
Oh, sorry, Jeff.
back a bit somehow so it gets all full. There you go.
Can you lead your head over, Jeff?
Well, this way.
What's the first thing you think of?
Yeah.
No, Jeff, you're not.
I am.
Stop it.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I've just been asked, are you live? And I said, yes. And he went, oh. Yeah. Oh, right.
Yeah, she's here now.
That's still.
Oh, there's a good pose for you.
Very well. Thank you.
Oh dear. Right, anyway. Oh dear, someone. It's very nice. Thank you. Oh, I will. I'll do my
That's
best.
still.
Yeah, there's a good pose. Thanks. Now, sorry, I was out looking for an MP, an ex-MP. It's okay. I was looking for Mr. Andrew Bridgen, but here we go.
Makes you sigh and feel a bit gloomy. Then
Anyway.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us.
Yeah, I want to go. I want to go this. Which way? Where is he? No, I know him. I know him. Yes. Where is he? Sorry. Is he indeed?
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, here he is. How are you? Hello. What's he last night? Let's have a look. What, Jeff?
Where are we going? Where is he? Yeah. Oh well, he went. He went. Andrew's gone, so it doesn't matter. I'll catch him up. I'll catch up with him later. Anyway, it is absolutely rammed here, as you can tell, and I'm having a great difficulty getting through the crowd. So yeah. Right. Moving on, this is outside Victoria Station. And here we go. Oh no, it's Gerard, the man.
Hello, Jeff. And all Jeff's viewers.
Yeah. There you go. How's it going?
Well, I'm going anywhere at the moment.
You ain't
Just
going
arrived.
anywhere. How's it going generally?
Well, okay. Well, apart from we've been locked up for political crimes, you know.
Oh yeah.
Well,
If we're here, you know, are they going to just lock us all up?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're probably watching this now and taking names.
We're all guilty of contempt of court. You realise that?
Oh, are we?
But
Are
we've
we
got
now?
nothing but contempt for that court.
Well, yeah, but that goes without saying,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Well said.
I'm going to grab a coffee.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Hello. Oh, hi.
Hello there.
Yeah, hello there. Yes, yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Oh, excellent. Yeah, that was a hotel room wrapped.
Yes, it was, yeah. You were really well on there, didn't you? No, lovely to see you, mate.
Thanks. Yeah. Hello.
doing,
Hi.
mate? You good?
Oh, careful.
Good morning.
Morning.
You having a good day today?
Oh yes.
Good morning.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it, and
Big time.
I've been eating lots of breakfast this morning to give me the sustenance for the day. You know.
Good. Enjoy yourself,
And
mate.
you, yeah.
You are friend today, is it, Tony?
Sorry?
You are friend.
Oh, he's Richard. He's the one who's doing the technical stuff at the other end. So I'm hoping this is all going out nicely. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you. Right. I gather Andrew Bridgen was over here somewhere, but he's disappeared. So. Sorry? Oh my God.
Oh, let me get out of the way.
Yeah. So. Wow. There we are. Hello. Oh yes, I remember. Yes. Yeah. Well, there's a man here I just want to talk to. Recognise him, Andrew Bridgen. Might have a catch up with him in a minute.
Have a good day.
And you, yeah. Thanks. Very crammed here. Oh, very good. It's the Donald himself.
We'll come back to Jeff in a minute. So I don't think that we are. I don't think we're going to get anybody speaking. Where's the pop-up chat? Where did that go? Yeah, what are you doing? Busting one out. That heavy breathing. Sorry about that. Sorry, just trying to get the actual stream looking half normal. Let me just move it. I'll move this back across a bit. Yeah, it's quite. It's a wee bit tricky. Moving it into the right position and getting the right coordinates. I've had to move the setup a bit move it about a bit for the betterment of everybody later. Let's see this.
Hello, darlings. Futuristic scooters, old school website. Relax. Smart AI will sort this. Design, text, images, instantly generate.
Betterment of everybody later. Let's see. Let me move this up. My God, man, honestly. That looks better. Right, okay. I think that's us. I'm going to get a full focus so I can actually get it so that I don't have to muck about with it as much. But yeah, let's go back and actually see what other people are saying.
When I say the UK stabbings and... What do you think of the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer?
I don't like him. He doesn't seem like he does very much good for your country, so... Hopefully, you guys...
He's a communist. He's a communist like Kamala Harris from Communists. This is GB News.
Do something about that.
Honestly, I feel like I don't like him. I genuinely don't like him. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like he's like one of those. He's just not Trump. The way he is, you know, Trump is like this, and then the way he is just like opposite of him.
I know that the UK has been kind of going more far left, right?
What do Trump supporters make of Sir Keir Starmer? What do they think of Great Britain? To find out, GB News went to a rally.
I don't think they're liberals. I think they're communists.
For the former president in Reading, Pennsylvania. What's the first thing you think of when I say the UK?
UK stabbings and a lot of UK. I see a lot of. I think really, I mean luxury. Honestly, I feel like opulence because back in the day, you know, it used to be a lot of. Now they say it's bad in the news, but back then it was like the capital of the world. It was like all the good stuff was over there, like the money, the nice hotels, and you know, it was safer on there. There's honestly no cons over there, really. It's such a nice place where it is. Beautiful looking. It's elegant, beautiful.
What do you think of our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer?
Keir Starmer? Honestly, I feel like I don't like him. I genuinely don't like him. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like he's like one of those. He's just not Trump. The way he is, you know, Trump is like this, and then the way he is just like opposite of him. Like the way he's like pushing stuff, and in the news, the BBC News, I feel like he's not a genuine guy. And I don't really know much.
My goodness, these young fellas, a lovely bunch of young fellas, seem very switched on.
The previous one, I like him more. He's more into like my liking as well.
I'm not who you're talking about, the one before, but they're all just parts of the globalist agenda.
First thing you think of when I say the UK?
The Queen Mother, the royal family, tea and crumpets.
We want our freedom.
Tea.
Yeah, tea, biscuits. I like England. Love the country. Never been there, would like to go there at some point. But yeah, they're a good ally, I believe.
London. Vacation.
What's the first thing you think of when you think of the UK?
When I think of the UK, I think of tea. Tea and crumpets and that big old, the Who, I think of the Who, and the big Britain flag.
And what do you think of our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer?
Well, I'm not too familiar with him, but he just got elected not that long ago, right? Yeah. I'm not too familiar with any of his policies or anything, but I know that the UK has been kind of going more far left, right, in the more recent, that's kind of all I've been hearing.
Rain.
And finally, what do you think of the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer?
I don't like him. He doesn't seem like he does very much good for your country, so hopefully you guys can do something about that.
What's the first thing you think of
All switched on comments.
when you think of the UK?
I think they get a little lost. I mean, they're Ephraim. We are brothers, and we are going too far liberal. We are forgetting our God Almighty in heaven.
Well, I think we're going too far left. I think left, not liberal.
Abba Father, Yeshua Messiah.
What do you think of the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer?
I don't think much of anybody that's in charge of at all, and that's kind.
So my reason why I started working online is quite simple.
Great political commentary there. Right, okay, that's me. Let's see what's... oh, there we go. Let's see if this is working here. I don't... This is not coming up on the front of, I don't think, my page on YouTube, so I don't think we're going to get big crowds here, but we will wait and see. Let's see. Let's see if anything else is on. There's Street Mate, God Base Welshman.
Late 2017, and I've got to say it, the live stream is still quite the same. You can get good reception and then you get a blackout. And
Yeah.
Game over.
Yeah.
It's not really game over, but it's you know.
I'll talk. I think they're interfering with the live streams. I'll come on to that at a later date.
And like this, the problems we got in 2018, it's the same problems you get in 6 years later. What's Brian doing? Why is he? Yeah, he's ahead of us. Yeah. Yeah, cool.
So this is Victoria going down to Westminster.
No, that's not Westminster Abbey. No.
Westminster Abbey's behind you.
No. So we're in a perfect sort of kettle, you could suggest.
Yeah, that's good. They've actually got those barriers. It was sometimes difficult. You have to have a bit of space for all the journalists and the citizen journalists as well there. So that's good that they've got a wee space in there, because it's difficult if you're in the crowd to actually live stream.
So, let's see. Another thing, it's like every 2 minutes.
So this is right outside Downing Street.
What's happening, Sid? Hi, James. Hi, lovely. You doing, lovely? You good?
How are you doing? Keeping well?
Yes. So he's home, safe. Yeah, for a change. He's my get out of jail, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. You have to have it. We're going to Victoria.
Alright.
You going to Victoria?
I'm in a situation at the moment. I'm just like.
I'm extremely excited today. Full of energy.
Been there, done that. You know what I mean? Right there, chat.
So that's the base Welshman. We'll come back to him. Let's go for Street Mike. There he is there.
Right, have you been attacked? And okay, are you going to make a statement to say you've been attacked? Yes. No, I'm not coming. Are you going to make a statement? You've been attacked.
You are abusing this girl. You didn't see what happened. Shame on you. Shame on you. You are terrorist. She got lucky because you are terrorist. Shame on you.
Right, the question is, what's it like for you to be down here and getting abused by people?
I wouldn't say I am getting abused by people. People just can't handle Islam. Speaker's Corner is the heart of freedom of speech. It is privilege for everyone to be here to practice their freedom of speech.
Tell your friends to stop attacking innocent people. She's the biggest terrorist.
You are done.
So I thought Street Mike was live streaming. See if you're going live. See, this is the problem. You've got to go back into the live streams, and they're not putting the live on the home page. Not sure. I'm sure Street Mike is down here. I saw something on Twitter. Let's see if we go into Twitter. Here we go. So Tommy Robinson was arrested under the terrorist legislation for not supplying the confidential, as a journalist, confidential information that he had on corruption in the British establishment, and he was then arrested yesterday after coming back from Spain. If you've not seen James English's interview, go into Anything Goes with James English. He done an interview with Tommy Robinson.
The last killer, just out, having my last meal possibly with my son. Ordered a beautiful steak, and we don't know the killer. What I found out today is once they prosecute me and send me down, they're going to charge me costs, which are going to be in excess of £100,000. It's like, no, it's like, you've got to laugh at it. They've got to be sitting there thinking, well, we'll fuck him, we'll send him to jail, and we'll charge him £100,000. Absolute fucking madness, bro. My crime is journalism, showing people the truth. Not only do they want to imprison me, but they're going to cost, whatever their legal costs are to do this to me, they're going to make me pay. Bruv, and right now, I'm going to enjoy my fucking beautiful steak with my beautiful son. Trying to know the last.
So, and if you haven't gone and watched it, go into Tommy Robinson, there you go. And he's got it up here, and this is his.
You're about to watch.
This is his video. He's done some great journalist work on various short films and also documentaries on various things. If you go over to his Rumble channel, you'll be able to see the rape of Britain and potentially silence, although this is pegged on YouTube. Not YouTube, sorry, on Twitter.
Important documentary I've ever made. This story is far bigger than Tommy Robinson. This is about the weaponisation and the politicisation of these buildings. Court buildings across the West. The Royal Courts of Justice, ironically named. These buildings have been weaponised and used against...
And this is another thing that I've found, obviously going through a lot of stuff myself, that you can't get a lawyer, even going to speak to wee Jojo Cherry. Wee Jojo Cherry is a KC in her day job, now that she gets sacked as an MP. And... But wee Jojo Cherry said, I don't have a case. Been held in a country for 2 years where the British government didn't allow me any humanitarian aid after being assaulted by a UE state taxi driver. It means that I don't have any right of justice in the UK. So I already know that we already know that the state is persecuting individuals such as Peter Lynch, who just over the weekend died in custody. He's not the first one.
Members of the public to destroy them if they speak out. From Donald Trump to Steve Bannon to Geert Wilders to Marie Le Pen to Katie Hopkins. That's what's happening. My job as a journalist, I stand for freedom of speech, I stand for freedom of the press, and I failed. Because 3 years ago, when I lost a court case in here, and they bankrupted me to the tune of £1.6 million, on a documentary, you're going to see the entire story was a lie, okay? I failed because I should have come out of court and I should have played you that film. Why didn't I play you that film? Because I was given a gagging order by this building, by this judge. I was silenced, and I allowed them to silence me because I was scared. I was scared of 2 years in prison. I was scared of the effect that solitary confinement for that length of time would have on me. I was scared of jihadi gangs in jail. And I was scared of the effect it would have on my family. I failed me and I failed you. I'm not going to fail myself again. You're now going to watch the best citizen journalism and the most incredible expose of the establishment you've ever seen. The news is how we find out what's happening in the world. It's how we form our opinions. Opinions based on facts. That's the key. Facts. Facts should be delivered to you by journalists based on the truth. But what if what they're delivering you isn't the truth? What if it's stories that are manipulated to make you think a certain way, to follow a certain narrative, different people's agendas? And what do they do to those who go against that mainstream narrative? Those who try to expose the truth. This is a documentary about the lengths they will go to shut down and silence anyone from bringing you, the British public, the truth.
I lost my job over this. Non-disclosure agreements.
He's a nasty little piece of shit. Swung the hockey stick over his head and hit me in the spine with it.
Well, he told Eddie he wouldn't do anything.
This kid was out unconscious already. That's just malicious.
I'm not standing, you're not going, but no, because what you're doing, I know what you're doing.
Tommy, I am gonna mince your kids, mate.
This is a documentary about the unholy alliance between the media, the justice system, and our politicians. How they conspire to suppress free speech, how they pervert democracy, and how the truth...
Oh, what's going on here?
And your freedoms are just two of the casualties. We will show how the mainstream media deceives people, how they ignore the truth, how the lies of the virtue signalling BBC, ITV and Channel 4 are all about their poisonous agenda, no matter the cost to innocent people. It's also a documentary about how an everyday playground incident between two young lads was spun into global news, at a terrible cost to so many people, not least the two young lads themselves. We will show how the law is being abused, how people driven by hateful ideologies attempt to intimidate and silence anyone who dares to challenge the so-called progressive, so-called liberal narrative. We will show the foolishness of our fear-driven political leaders who jumped on a story, took a side without knowing the truth. Or worse still, knowing it but hiding it, because the truth didn't fit their narrative, regardless of the human cost. And we'll ask 3 important questions. Firstly, is the media accountable to anyone, in any way, for what they report. Years after the Leveson inquiry, has anything changed, or do they continue to act with impunity? Secondly, is our legal system still fit for purpose? We will show how lawyers who hate Britain but love jihadi warriors have weaponised the law system against us, and how the legal system really only works for the rich. And finally, how do we keep our politicians accountable? If the police, the courts and the state can silence anyone for speaking inconvenient truths that may raise questions about government policy, is the UK any different from China, Russia or Iran in their treatment of dissidents? And of course, for Piers Morgan, for Jeremy Fine, for the BBC, ITV and Channel 4, it's a tutorial on journalism. Keep watching it, you'll learn a lot.
I might actually come back and review all of that at a later date, but I just thought I would throw that up just now. Let me see if you guys, I'm not even sure how many people are here, because there is a blog. I'll try and show you this so that you actually understand it. I won't go you through Jeff's. So on the front of my YouTube channel, this should be going as a live stream. And oh, it is. So it is now going. So that it wasn't up there earlier on, which was a bit strange. But that's it. That's at least 13 people are able to see it now. But that's great. So let's go into James English. So.
If you've ever wondered what it takes to make money in the currency market, which tools work.
If you look at Hartley.
So this is James.
If you've ever wondered what it takes to make money in the currency market, which tools work.
So this is James English's brilliant podcast. Done some great stuff over the years. I've not seen him in, I can't believe it's 7 years since I've seen James, but he's done some great interviews over the years.
Yes.
Ones. I'm not high on cocaine. Okay?
It's me.
I'm not high on cocaine. I read the comments, it's like, I sniffed off his head. It's like, no, if I sniffed off my head, I'd be under that table, all right? I wouldn't be sitting
I think he might be might have slight ADHD, but that's just, that's not a judgment on him. I've got ADD as well, so, but he always seems a wee bit hyper. But sometimes taking a stimulant like speed, which is similar to Ritalin, which is given to people with ADHD or even cocaine, can actually straighten out somebody with ADHD. I wouldn't advise taking it. I would just deal with your ADHD. But I know I've got I had a female friend who used to get straightened out by taking stimulants.
Doing the podcast. But let's just get the record straight, okay? I'm not high on cocaine.
How have you been?
I'm alright, mate, up and down.
You've kind of went global now. It's not just the UK. You've been on Jordan Peterson, Trump, Musk is sharing your stuff, like a lot of high profile names. You've went global. The stuff that you're doing, the stuff that you're trying to do. Also, we'll touch on the UK riots. You're getting the blame for a lot. We're over in Spain just now, but how are you?
For my cause, if we talk about the cause first,
yes,
we're in the best place we've been.
How so?
The largest audience we've ever had, thanks to Elon Musk. Not just the largest audience, but we've been proven right in everything. Unfortunately, the country has got that in that bad of a state in most towns and cities. People are seeing the things that I'd warned about a decade ago, and they're now realising it's happening. The state of the country, people are fearful, they're scared. The British public are scared of what's happening to their country. People now feel and see this invasion, which is exactly what it is.
My female friend said there was this foreign guy who approached her in her car, I think somewhere in Glasgow, and she was scared. She locked the door, and she was actually terrified about what was happening as well. But not to mention the people that have been murdered, the not being classed as racist. It seems that if somebody murders somebody from Britain that's not racist, then the unions won't come out for it or won't do anything. But if somebody who's not from here, it happens to them, then it is racist. So I dual standard, just like the education system just now. It's a dual standard in the court. The establishment is siding against the indigenous Britons or the English or the Scots or whoever.
What it is organised and orchestrated. It's population replacement. There's a plan to replace the European populations, and that's what we're witnessing. So if anyone doesn't think our Royal Navy could stop these
called the Collegiate Plan, who was somebody connected to the globalists as well. This has been deliberately done. That's why they could stop the invasion on the boats, but all of the mainstream political parties, including the so-called nationalist parties in Wales and Scotland and Sinn Féin, are all basically just shells for the globalists open border exponents. So if you're voting for any of these parties or not campaigning against these parties, you're basically voting for the globalist agenda. The globalist agenda supersedes all of these political parties, and that's the manifesto that they're pushing.
Boats coming into our country is brain dead. They're not just stopping them, they're literally picking them up and bringing them in. Government-funded NGOs are planning...
Yeah, that's because it's basically been done by our political class, regardless of it's the Lib Lab Con Party, the SNP, the Greens, or Plaid Cymru or the SNP or Sinn Féin. All of these are now the higher echelons of these political parties and the people who bring these people into political power. So while grassroots members are now jumping ship of the Conservative Party to Reform, including councillors, more and more councillors too from Aberdeen have just joined Reform, another councillor. So Reform's now got 30 councillors and only one on the bounce, about 5 of them just now. But is the next, because there's no branch structure just now for Reform, they're missing out on votes and on potential elected councillors. But they've now came third, I think, in 3 seats. So yeah, that's that in 3 out of 13 only stood in 3 seats. Michael Haver did it.
From start to finish, the whole invasion of Europe is planned, it's orchestrated. The Tory party hand over the baton to the Labour Party. They both have their globalist agendas. They are working. That's right, that's exactly right. Alas, somebody's listening. Totally against the interests of the British people. That's correct. See it. They don't really know what's going on, but they... what you have to understand is there's not a political division between any of the main parties. They're all just different shades of the globalist agenda. Feel it. They feel the country's going in the wrong direction. They know, especially with Keir Starmer, since he's got in power, that they're working against the interests of the British population.
Touch on your book. You've got a new release. It's Amazon #1.
Straight to #1. Knocked Boris Johnson off the top spot, which is very satisfying for me because I get labelled as a hooligan, a thug. This is my 4th best-selling book. I'm sure they called James something English, James English something similar when he was doing his podcast for Count Dankula, and Count Dankula's obviously been maligned, as have I. So I'm sure James is empathetic to all of us being slandered in the papers, which are just a division. It's the uni party and the uni media, and this is the uni media keeps the uni party and doesn't critically assess it. That's why when I was having an argument with Peter the Plonker Smith, I called him out for just being a shill for the globalist agenda. I'm a documentary maker. I've made 8 documentaries that in their own right would be award-winning documentaries if I wasn't a working class kid from Luton Town. If I was part of the 1%, what this book details with evidence. This is an academic piece of work that's took 5 years in the making, where we are being farmed like animals. Anyone who's read George Orwell's book Animal Farm, it talks about that. Yeah, the political establishment think Animal Farm is is a political manifesto. They don't think it's a warning point. Even the so-called conservative, the fake conservatives, who will tell you, even if Kemi Badenoch wins, that generic who's posturing as somebody on the right, but will move back to the globalist agenda when he's told if he was ever to become Prime Minister. Even Kemi will be hamstrung.
the Conservative Party are just shells for the globalists, the same weird homosexualising, transing kids, all of that is part of the destruction of Britain by the political class. The political class are actually de facto traitors now.
And it's basically what they're doing to us. They treat us like farm animals. They lie to us. They deceive us. Literally everything's a lie. We go through their lies. We prove them lies. In the back of the book is all the footnotes of evidence. So everything we say in here, we show you. They when I say they, the 1%, the oligarchy, rely on the fact that we are consumed with football, with music, with our own lives, with work, that we're not looking at their plans and what they're doing, and they're quite open about it. There's a 177-page documentation by the United Nations about population replacement. Everything.
And who voted for the United Nations? We should not be being dictated to by an unelected globalist bureaucracy, a lot of whom are members of, by their own system of governance or totalitarian regimes.
It's happening. Now, do we want to become a minority? Is it right that we, as white Englishmen or white Scottish men, become a minority in our own country? No, it's not. So and what we look at in here is the numbers. By 2041, we're a minority. So we're running out of time. We run out of time to solve this. We look through the money bubble, the continuous printing of money, the reason for mass immigration, how it's planned, how they destroy and attack anyone who gets in their way of their agenda. They have a massive agenda that's been planned for hundreds of years, and they're playing it out. And we're literally, anyone who gets in the way, like myself, they come for you. And then they elevate certain people who are part of the oligarchy. And most people, what I've come to realise is, say like most
Guerilla
feminists in the UK, where the fuck were you when a generation of girls were getting raped? Where are you now on that issue? How come none of you have spoke about it? I don't believe many of them even care about the cause that they put themselves in for. They care about climbing the ladder of the oligarchy, each one of them. So that's why there's been mass silence. We look at, it goes through everything. It goes from start to finish. It's basically an instruction manual. If you want to know how the world...
So I think it's important I say that I've never had a full conversation with Tommy Robinson or Stephen Yaxley Leonard. I don't think it's a secret that's his name. It's been plastered all over the papers. But I've never had a conversation with him. I've not been instructed by him to think the way I do. The reason I understand that he's being sensible is because I lived in the Middle East. I lived with Muslims, and I read the Quran when I was in jail. So I was given the Quran in the Middle East by a Muslim. And what the Quran is a book of war on everybody else. It doesn't matter if you're Asian or it's wherever the Quran goes, it's a book of war on everybody else. And to rape and sexually enslave women. And that's why, it's been facilitated by the globalist shows and the Conservative Party, the Liberals, undemocratic Democrats, the Commie Labour Party, the Commie SNP, the Commie Greens, and who are all progressive, and the Commie, the so-called nationalists. Fake nationalists who are all just shells for the globalist agenda. I already knew that because of my own research. Tommy Robinson, although he's like the epitome of the working man, he's like the working man's identity all rolled into one. And everything he said is not wrong. Whatever he said is actually fundamentally correct. And it's not, if you haven't read the Quran, people are taking it, like in Glasgow, there was a whole bunch of communists and Islamists, the two largest mass murdering ideologies, yet they were trying to pass themselves off as the saviours. These are the two largest mass murdering political ideologies. Don't forget, Islam is a political ideology as well as a religion.
How it works. The truth of how it works.
But he understands now about the globalists. So the globalists and the communists and the Islamists are all working together because the Islamists want a one world caliphate, the communists want a one world whatever, although communism and Islam don't go on. When the Islamists got in power using the communists in Iran, they murdered all the communists. So the communists are just a using, and as are they for the globalists as well, who are just corporatists.
And what they're doing, it's laid bare in this book. I'm very happy it went to number one.
None of all the three are authoritarian. All the three don't care about human life, and all the three are globalist in their mindsets.
I think in the 7-day period,
or in their ideology,
that's going to have gone to number one. I'm going to hold the biggest demonstration of British patriots the country's seen on the 26th of October, and then I'm going to be sent to prison on the 28th of October, some weekend.
Everybody's minds are full of static, full of noise. You touched on there, football, music, there's all frequencies.
Drugs.
But again, you know the old saying, freedom, bread and water, and it keeps them entertained, where they don't really ask who the real enemy is. Like, how does people disconnect though, so they can then make a stand and open their eyes to then seeing the world, like you say, we're all treated as cattle. It's dumbed them down, the schooling system dumbed them down, everything, learn from, even if we talk about feminists who wanted to work and then get jobs and then vote. What happens is, John Rockefeller, he started the schooling system where you've got the schooling system was in place, but then what happens is women can vote and then women can get jobs. What happens when women get jobs? First of all, they're paying tax just like their men. Double the tax.
So,
and then what happens is, your missus is away to work. What happens? Where's your kids going to go? They then get into the schooling system where they're programmed and taught how to think, how to feel, and then it becomes a mass disconnect. But now we're all growing up. I always feel as if they're 100 years ahead anyway. But to wake into it and try and open up and quieten the mind down to look at the bigger picture and ask those questions, what the fuck is going on? How does people then disconnect from it, from the patterns and the lifestyle? Because I still watch the football, but I know it doesn't serve a purpose to me. There's some people's lives only are who plays up front for the football team, or who's injured, or who they're signing.
That's what they want.
Yeah, but how do we disconnect from? Because it's all we see, and I still look for the football scores. I still want to know what's going on in the Champions League, the World Cups, the Euros. It's just consistent. So how does people disconnect from it?
Yeah, I still love Luton Town.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you can't love your football. What I'm saying is that most people are consumed by it, that they rely on the fact that no one's looking at what they're up to and what they're planning. And what they're up to and what they're planning is directly going to affect you, and it's going to directly affect your children.
Yeah, I'll let that go as well, but we'll give James a wee like there. Great commentary by James as well, superb. So let's go back and see what Jeff is saying just now.
I suppose, it's inevitable, but it's still a bit weird. And I'm being absolutely drowned out by the Tommy Robinson chants. There you go. And if I keep walking around this poster, then I walk here. I'll turn the camera around again and show you where I'm going. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I will. Doing my best. There you go. Thank you. So we're now moving on forward a bit more. We're slowing down a bit, so. So there you go. We're still here. Oh, sorry.
So you can see Jeff's even getting pixelated here as well. It's very difficult for those of us who are shooting through the cameras to actually get proper pictures.
I need you. Carry on, Daddy.
Oh, hey, I'm needed.
Check. Hello.
I'm needed. I am needed.
Peter Lynch. We're all Peter
Peter Lynch.
You remember?
Absolutely.
In
Peter
front
Lynch.
of the Hyde Park corner. I met
yes.
you on the
Oh,
right.
yes.
I look different.
Okay,
I know.
Mr.
Yes,
Taylor,
you did.
see,
You
I'm
came
proud
in.
of you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, really nice. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, can
Yeah.
you sign my back? My sister-in-law.
Tommy Robinson. Tommy.
There you go. Right. That's the T-shirt signing. And you. So I'm going to move forward again if I can at all. Up as you can see. So when the rest catch up, then we'll be in a block. And there's meant to be a banner here or something that someone was talking about.
We weren't meant to move off till 12:30, so it's an absolute cordon.
No, we were meant to set off at 11. What did he say?
He said section 3 absolute cordon. We're all in
Wait a minute, sorry. This is live. No, just tell me what you said.
The guy said that there's section 3, complete cordon, we'd set off too early. We wasn't meant to set off till 12:30.
I was at the front and the police said please move in that direction because...
Doesn't surprise me.
Right, so the police actually... I've got that. I'm sure that's come through on the microphone. No, that would be before I... No, it's while I was live. They said to me, you've got to go in that direction. And I went, OK.
Okay. I've got it on film what he's saying.
So an absolute cordon, we can't progress.
Yeah.
So we can't...
We're in breach.
What, a bunch of... horse. Oh.
Yeah. But we're not allowed through. So I don't really know. So they're keeping everyone in this cordon until half. And this flag, my flag, the George Cross, and there's people signing it from all over the world. All over the world. It's about peace, love and unity. I'm not here to cause any trouble today.
So I'm not sure what's going on. If we're in absolute breach of this and we have to wait here, well, until 12:30 or something. Well, I thought we were setting off at, I don't know. I'm trying to find out what's going on, that's all.
Well, basically, the parade has certain conditions.
Yeah.
The parade has certain conditions when it needs to start.
Yeah.
Okay, and when it can finish. And at this moment in time, it's not being abided to, so that's why we're here, just to make sure until that time commences, then the parade can start.
Right,
so
okay.
The event organisation, whoever's organised it from whatever side or whatever party, has agreed to a certain time when it's supposed to start. Okay, it can't start before then, because that's the whole reason why we've got
Right, okay. No, I understand.
Until that happens, and then that's all we're here to do, is just facilitate it. And like you said, you're entitled to a march, and that will happen.
No, I understand. No, I'm not old high. Yeah. It's just that, it is just that when we were up there, I did ask one of the officers there, and they said, oh, move down in that direction. And so I did, and I didn't know where to stop.
Yeah, Again, it's miscommunication. I don't know what that officer told you or whatever. That might be in a different part. It might be in a different part.
No, I do
understand.
understand.
Like that. But at this moment in time, the reason why you guys have been held here at this moment is just purely for the fact of they've got
to keep
an event
the time.
So
we'll be
as
off
soon as
in
the
time.
time goes, we'll be on our way and we can get on.
No,
with
that's
the
fine. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for clarification. Yeah. So we've had it clarified what's going on here. The timing was breached at the beginning for some reason. I don't know why. Position so that we can continue the march on time when it's meant to start. Okay, so so there's no real. Hello.
Hey.
Yeah.
Get this man's channel.
Thank you. Anyway, what I'm going to do now is plug my battery in. Because I don't want to lose...
Hello there.
Yeah, you know we're being held here.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, because we marched
because
off.
you're here.
You
keep it if you want to. It is not for keeping.
Yeah, all right. Oh, you're in good.
How's it going?
You're in good. You're in good heart. You're in good spirits, yeah.
Well, I didn't sleep well because we were talking about Israel and Iran until 2 a.m.
Were you? Yeah, that's getting a bit. Yeah. Anyway, you keep up the good work, mate. Oh.
How are you doing?
Oh, yeah.
To me. What do you think is going to happen in the country if these things unfold?
Well, I'm hoping that more people will actually wait.
Good see Maya there. Subscribe to Maya's channel. Go over to Tuesday TV and give him a follow. Trust me.
Right. Right.
All interesting YouTubers are there, aren't they? It's a shame I wasn't down.
We're having to, we're having internet connection problems. Look, it just suddenly all flicked through. Look, going through all the chat, then it stops. So, yeah. Yes, well, I mean, you're having major problems there.
Oh yeah, I was having like
Yeah.
6,000 people watched me at one point.
Yeah, I've got, I don't know what I've got, I can't even read it, 6,000 something on there as well, yeah, so there's lots of people watching today, lots of people. So we're still doing well. Right, catch up with you later, mate. Yeah. Hello, I'm fine, thanks.
Last time I see you, my friend got arrested outside Whitehall. We know they're arresting everyone for nothing.
Well, they didn't arrest me.
Why'd you got away with it?
No, I'm a good guy. Proper thug, yeah. So we're going to be stuck here for a while, and I can't find anyone, but
My goodness, I mean, I've just fast forwarded that about 7 minutes.
do you think they'd rather be at home right now than monitoring a bunch of us old people getting on and gagging up the streets for them? There you go, never mind. Let's have a look, see what's behind the cordon. I'll see if you can see what's behind the cordon. Right. Let's have a look behind the cordon, shall we?
So we're right up to date.
I know where the phone call came from, and I can imagine why you're trying to call me. I'm right at the front, right in front of the police blockade at the moment, but in front of the stewards. So you won't, probably if you want to come to see me at the moment, you won't find me.
Right, let's see if get anything else. Oh, here we go. Who's this? Resistance GB.
Not giving you comms. I'll go down something down in a minute.
I have to say that's the best picture I've seen. That's I don't know what they're using. Resistance GB. You have to let me know what you're getting your comms on because that's the clearest I've seen.
So now we've got the team of the Tony's team of security are also creating a line as well as the police line. Try to keep everyone calm. We've got the stewardesses. Everybody's got a giant horn. Uneven floor.
I think it would have been quite interesting to see some Irish flags there as well. That would have been quite interesting, seeing the unity between the Brits and the Irish just now on against the globalists.
So ladies and gentlemen, it's a little bit boring, but we are just waiting. It's a bit of a waiting game right now. Hello everyone at Resistance GB. I know we've dropped some, we've dropped a bit of sub count. I'm just waiting for Wellesley to come back. He's just gone for a toilet break, everyone. So just be patient with us.
I think we'll come back to that. Yeah, Resistance GB. If you want to tune into that. Got a good few subscribers, good things there as well, good clear picture. Let's see if I can go up here, filter, up to date, see if I can... Not quite sure what that's going to do. London news exposed.
So Wendell Denner from Street Night yet again, and we've got Barack and his beautiful young lady who's the boss. And we are down here at Uniting the Kingdom 3. Are you looking forward to it, Barack?
I'm excited, I'm ready. I think this is what the country needs.
Big up. And yourself?
Very excited.
Excellent stuff. So make sure you tune in. I'm not live today, but I'm the official photographer. So when...
Right, so that's why we can't get Street Mic. Street Mic's not live streaming.
Just a quick short, guys. I'm in trouble with the live feed.
So this is SOS Pan Freedom. So we'll get a wee subscribe to that, wee like for the guys. Did you just see that? I just liked it and there's nothing there. Didn't like it, wow.
Certainly there's a lot more than what we arrived. They were all around the corner, they're just starting now.
Wow. So this is Street Mic.
So good morning all. I've got someone not very well known with me. What's your name, sir?
Oh, my name's Paul.
Paul. So tell me, are you shocked at what happened with
Paul Thorpe has got his own channel as well.
yesterday?
I'm not shocked, but I'm very sad. I think it should be shocking, but unfortunately, we know what's going on. So, shocked, no, disappointed, hugely.
So for the people who are going to watch this little clip, what do you want to say to them? You've got 10 seconds.
I want to say to you today, please come along. If you're not coming along, please make sure you support us, behave, be good, and be patriotic.
Yeah, big up, big up, big up, big up.
Again,
big up from Street Mic.
Again, can't even like Street Mic.
Fucking where you are on the arrest? What am I under arrest for? What am I under arrest for,
So this is Kumit. This is obviously before, but it just shows you the difference that the police under Sadiq Khan is doing to the British populace, and this seems to show and epitomise the two-tier policing.
You're obstructing the police! Move back! Out of the way! Clear the way! You're obstructing the police in the course of this. Move back! Move back! Get
It's a trap. The planned protest on the 27th of this month is a trap. Let me explain why. In order to do so, I'm going to have to go back about 7 months when I made this video. Let's listen to it together. It's only a minute long ish.
Mr. Speaker, his predecessor spent last week in America trying to flog her new book in search of fame and wealth.
Yeah, this is when Rishi Sunak was still in office.
She's taken to slagging off They made her Prime Minister, now they can't bear talking about her. In search of fame and wealth, she's taken to slagging off and undermining Britain at every opportunity. She claimed that as Prime Minister she was sabotaged by the deep state. She also remained silent as Tommy Robinson, that right-wing thug, was described as a hero. Why is he allowing her to stand as a Tory MP at the next election?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe a single member of this House supports Tommy Robinson. Mr. Speaker.
I've called Tommy Robinson out to a debate before now, and he's ran from me. There's no love lost between me and Tommy Robinson. And
shadow banned media. I'm not quite sure what this gentleman's politics is. I've never seen him before.
No matter what I agree with him about or disagree with him about, what's happening here in the Houses of Parliament is shameful. The individual known as Tommy Robinson, because that's not his real name, but it is his stage name, is being mentioned in a place where he has no opportunity to defend himself. Now, the reason why I made this video is I know within, like, you know, the ministerial code and conduct and stuff like that, and within the Houses of Parliament and the House of Commons, it's bad etiquette or dishonourable to mention people in a derogatory fashion, right? Yeah, who are not there to defend themselves.
That's very interesting, and probably true, but we both know that Sir Keir Starmer, who's trying to take us back into the EU without any democratic mandate, and also Big Nose Rishi Sunak, were just shills for the globalists, and they're basically Baldy Dr. Evil's bitches in the House of Commons.
Now, at the time, I thought, well, this is odd. They've made a point of this before. They made people make a point of not engaging in individual matters. Like sometimes politicians mention their constituents, right? Yeah, but not in a. They don't use their constituents' life circumstances or whatever as a political point to debate or argue on to and fro each other, and that's way too personal, and that individual isn't there to defend themselves. It's really strange and odd, dishonourable, and like frowned upon within these places themselves.
Brilliant commentary. This goes on for 5 hours, so that's correct, and brilliant commentary there. I haven't obviously gone into any more of that, but that was correct commentary. Brilliant. So this is behind the bars.
Vous Vestiaire Collective? Can you say pre-loved? Can you say low prices? Can you say Vestiaire Collective?
There it is, completed. What a phenomenal installation there by the guys.
Tommy, I think I'm going to have to pay for this to actually get ads free, so I'm not having to pay for everybody else's ads on the channel.
Robinson has been remanded into custody. That's what I'm going to be talking about. So I am doing this video in my car because it's the only time I've got to do it today, because I'm not busy schedule. So I thought I'd quickly make the video whilst I'm on my journey and talk about Tommy Robinson. Obviously today, Saturday, 26th of October, Tommy Robinson has a rally, not a protest, not a riot, a rally down in London, like he did a while back, a couple of months back, and it was a peaceful one, a peaceful rally, no trouble, with over 100,000 people attending, patriotic people who stand up for this country. And the way the media and the government portray it, trying to say it's a racist rally, racist march, which it's not, it's a patriotic march. And like I mentioned, there was no trouble, there was no arrest, or there was very minimal, not that I've seen. And then obviously afterwards, when there was loads of riots up and down the country. And what did they do? They tried and said it was all down to Tommy Robinson. It was his fault, which was absolute bullshit. They don't like the fact that he's now getting a voice. People are waking up. People are listening to him. Whether you love him or hate him, a lot of the stuff he says is bang on. The media portrayed him as a racist for years. Tommy Robinson, if you watch his podcasts and have a bit time to look into it, instead of watching the mainstream media and listening to their bullshit and taking in exactly what they're saying and take it as gospel when they don't want him talking up. Tommy Robinson, in my eyes, is not racist. He's got loads of followers who are from different ethnicities. He grew up in Luton, around a multicultural place. He's got loads of friends from being a young age, from different ethnicities.
He's actually got Muslim friends as well, just like myself.
So from my point of view, and what my research has done, it's all bullshit the way they put him across, but now it's all coming to light, and everyone's waking up, and they know that he's been speaking sense all these years, although, like I've mentioned again, the media puts it across that he doesn't. But getting into Tommy being remanded into custody, it just goes to show what this government is all about, trying to silence him. And he handed himself in the police station and he was arrested on terrorism offences, terrorism charges. Now this again...
And Tommy Robinson's now a self-confessed journalist, so we're now got that authoritarian under dopey Keir Starmer, call me Starmer, two-tier Keir, gay boy, allegedly. We're now arresting journalists and slandering them as well. I think calling somebody a racist is definitely hate speech, but certainly slander, and we should legislate against it. And calling people Nazis, unless you could prove the person is a Nazi or is a racist. If you make false allegations, you should go to jail.
To blow it out of proportion.
That's not libertarian, but I think the left just needs taking down a couple of pegs. To be brutally honest, I don't know if becoming authoritarian like them is the best way to take down their nonsense, but I definitely think that the left has got to be taken down and the globalists have got to be taken down a peg or two.
Over the media outlets, put them in all the hit papers with the headlines, terrorism offences. Do you know exactly what that terrorist offence is? Failure to provide his PIN number so they can spy on his fucking phone. That is the terrorist offence.
Now, have they got a phone with nothing on it?
He's been arrested for. Because when he came back into the country, they stopped him. They wanted to look at his mobile phone. He refused to give his PIN number, like most people would. Who wants them snooping at your phone when it's got nothing to do with them, so they can look at your financial situations? Every bit of personal belonging goes on everyone's phones. And they're wanting his PIN, and he's refused. So then he's been charged with terrorism offences. Fucking unbelievable. But he was
I'll let that go as well. That's another 12 minutes. So that's Behind the Bars. He does some very interesting stuff. On Joe Rogan there, Joe official turns down the Joe Rogan podcast. Donald Trump was on Joe Rogan and doing a long form podcast, and now Kamala the commie, like Keir the commie, is not going on it. Oh, there's me there, look, 5 people watching, that's terrific. Well done, guys. So here we go.
Of Trafalgar Square right now. Wow, thank you every one of you.
I think that's at Trafalgar. That's at Trafalgar Square. This one's outside Downing Street.
Tommy Robinson. Wow. Thank you, every one of you.
Let's see if Danny's Resistance TV, yeah. No, Danny's not live either. So, no, not get any live there. Let's go back to
Danny Tomo live.
Let's see if we can filter this up.
Defend beyond with Dart.
So this is Gypsy Auditor.
Trace, the essential cybersecurity platform for the era.
About to come around here.
Yeah, let's go back that.
So I can't see from here.
It's absolutely.
Oh, that's quite good. I like that. That's great. So this is Portland Andy.
Mental, brother. They showed up today, boy.
So who they got? They've got Sydney Jones, resisting GB. I don't know who that is. It looks like TikTok. DKS, Kick, Lewis Errington, Base Welshman, something in Facebook, and Kick in Portland Andy.
Make me mod, I don't know how to do it. Dawn, I don't know how to make you mod, girl. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I'm frightened to press in case it all goes off. You have to send a message to Dave's phone how to do it, and I'll try and do it. But I'm at the front. All you got up there, you've got security, police, and a lot of photographers up there as well.
2,000 to 3,000 max.
The guys keep tapping the screen. Going to be moving soon. Lovely, lovely. Oh, thank you for the roses. Much appreciated. Let's fucking win this protest. Hey, my guy, the singer.
Very much, man. Thank you.
Hey, PDM. It's cracking. Thanks, Fruit. Glad you like it.
What are you guys saying? Oh, there you guys are there.
That's really big to me, Flurry.
How you doing? How you doing, John?
I wish we had a freaking
bloody adverts. Bloody adverts. Robinson fans being held in prison.
That's really big.
So that this reminder that now is the time to send him all your savings again, so he can spend it on luxury holidays to Cyprus. You know what to do.
I might get some of these in a TikTok shop and start selling them. I'm suits. Yeah, I'm suits.
All right, Hyper. Thank you.
And then you play it. Oh, actually, oh no, I don't.
So this is back to GB Resistance.
Wait a bit, never mind.
Oh, there's Jonathan Wong. Yeah, excellent, Jonathan Wong. From was it with the Lotus Years? I've not seen Jonathan for a wee while.
Let's try this again. Up on one side, zoom in a little bit, down a little bit.
I can't believe I waited till after 12.
Look at what John's got. This is wizardry.
What,
Look, Insta360. He records.
No.
Using the thing that's up above the clouds.
Yeah, that one. He's connected to that Wi-Fi wires, is he?
Oh no, it's not really Wi-Fi. And then you can export it in a split seconds. So you can reframe it afterwards. This is wizardry. This is guys, get on Vox properly. They've got all the good footage for now until we put them out of business and get one of these ourselves.
Competition.
We're coming for you. We're going to shout you out, right? We're
And then
give
we
as much
destroy
support.
you.
Yeah, we'll give you hope.
Lift you up and then
Crush
break
you down. How's your reception? So I'm using Speedify.
Jonathan Wong's a lovely fella.
So I'm running. We've got 2 different unlimited networks. EE and Vodafone are the best networks. So Speedify, I think it's like a tenner a month or something. The 2 unlimited contracts. Like, to be fair, I do use one of them is my personal phone, but then I have to maintain a second one for stuff like this.
Does he tell you if you're getting bad reception?
I'm going to be honest. This is my first time using Prism. I'm using Prism Live because look, Louis uses it. He's always at the Palestine things. He gets
Prism Live, we'll need to remember that.
fantastic. Yeah, he swears by it. So I did a couple of test streams in the last few days. We're running Prism Live.
Is 5G tech?
This, I bought a brand new phone. This cost me, I think, 200 quid-ish for this because people were, you know, like I was using my personal phone and it's just, it wasn't good enough. Whereas this one's better. The only thing that this phone, like good phones are bad at, is screens. For some reason, my crappy phone is actually better at recording a screen. It's got to do with the frame rate. So, because it's got like a lower frame rate or it lags, it actually picks up a screen better on a worse phone. Whereas you get black flickers when everyone else was getting black bars.
So you know the big screen, you can still put in record in that.
I can still put in record, but you might get some black bars. So we're really testing it today, and we're seeing how it goes. Look at that.
Well, I have to say that this is probably the best streaming I've seen. There doesn't seem to be any interruptions. I don't know what sort of phone you're using, but absolutely great quality. Not any pixelations, not any distortion in the voice. She's absolutely brilliant.
Guys, please do make sure you're sharing this out to all your groups on Telegram. Oh, please, guys, do follow us on Twitter.
So go into, if you want to follow Resistance GB on Twitter, there you go, boys. Give you a shout out on the Guerilla TV channel.
We are tragically undersubscribed on Twitter. Obviously, we've got 90,000 on YouTube. That's going up. Please do hit if you're not subscribed. But we need people on Twitter because Twitter is where we share all the clips and that brings people over to our videos. And unfortunately, it has been a little bit difficult on Twitter because during the lockdowns, Twitter was no good. Whereas now, Twitter is the place to be. So we started out on about 2K, whereas we had over 60K before on YouTube. So it's easier for us to grow on YouTube, but if you can help us on Twitter, if you can share out our posts, retweet them. Very grumpy man. He's too busy going to the pub.
Aye, going for a pint. Going for a pint while waiting. We tootsie wootsy.
Or maybe he's using the lavatories. I was going to grab an interview. He'll be back out. God, I feel a bit nervous putting my camera up. Right, where's it gone? Lost it. I feel a bit nervous putting my camera up like that.
Oh, look at that.
What? You made sure all the screws are good up there? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Well, it's better than being in the middle of it, isn't it? Yes. Hello there. Oh, hello.
I love your
journalism.
Yeah, no, journalism. What do you call it? Your show?
Oh, my podcast?
Yeah, I follow you.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, thank you. Are you coming down to our live one with Kate Chevrani?
Oh, I don't know.
Yep, so that's Thursday 31st, so that's actually Halloween. We're doing our second in-person podcast, so it's going to be last Thursday of every month. Kate Chevrani, so she's Tommy's mate, so we'll be talking all about this. Obviously, like, she was massively against the lockdowns, fighting against it.
Yeah.
Really great, and she was a nurse, so exposing everything, you know, the poisoning.
Yeah.
Then we got Whom by Fire, a great freedom band, and they actually got cancelled by the Church of England because they were against the alphabet agenda. So we got the band on after the podcast.
Cancel the Church of England if that's the way they carry on.
Oh, exactly.
Christianity, you know.
Well, may I interview you?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you're shy.
Yeah.
You come down with a big flag.
I know. I came to the last one. That was my first one, and
it was lovely, wasn't it?
It was lovely. Yeah. I know I came down on my own. So I was a bit nervous and scared. But I thought, you know, I've got to do something. I've got to make a stand. So I'm with some guys that I met here last night who live near me. So we've come down together.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. And I'm meeting a friend of mine from Cornwall. So should be hoping to be fun.
It was a fun meet-up, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant. Because you're with like-minded people.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about it. You know, so best of luck with your podcast because I think it's brilliant.
Oh, thank you. Well, we will keep going.
I always like it as well.
Oh, wonderful. Like and share. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. You too. What a lovely lady. Gavin Malone is saying there's only 100 stand up to racism in Trafalgar Square. I think those guys are more stand up for racism, aren't they?
Right, I think we'll come back to that. That's a great stream. I don't know what the guys are using to actually stream, but very clear and not the stuff that I'm getting through mine. We'll have to find out from Resistance UK what they're doing.
Come over to my live stream because I don't have any more, and come and show me.
Beautiful, beautiful. So where do people find you again?
TikTok. Say Takeaway Day.
Takeaway.
So I don't know why I just went back into that one. Let's see this. So this is Maya Tootsie Wootsie.
Hi there. Are you a business owner like me? You work hard.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel with your latest update from the British politics and the situation in the country, in the United Kingdom in general. 2 days from now, on Saturday the 26th of October, British patriots from all around the country are getting to London, Westminster, for a march and a rally against Keir Starmer's socialist government, but also to celebrate our kingdom, to unite the kingdom. The team that we have behind us organising the United Kingdom team, of course, includes individuals like Tommy Robinson and many others, Paul Thorpe and everybody that you guys are already familiar with. Tommy Robinson has been chased by the authorities for some time now. The latest attack on him is about the documentary, the controversial documentary that is made, Silenced. That there's an injunction on the film. It wasn't allowed to be released in the UK, but it was released by somebody else in the United States. Because of that, the authorities decided to start a case against him. It wasn't just the authorities.
I'll let Meyer talk about this, and I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to powder my nose.
It was actually the government, the Attorney General of the government themselves. It started this case because of pressures from Hope Not Hate. We are now getting updates that tomorrow, Friday, the 25th of October, the day before the rally, Tommy Robinson will have to go to the police and he will potentially get charged under the Terrorism Act. They are treating Tommy Robinson, of all people, as like a terrorist, while actual extremists are walking freely our streets. We have some updates on this. We have some video updates from Tommy himself. explaining what's actually going on. Then there's a couple of other follow-ups as well, because the far left obviously are organizing a massive counter-protest against what we are going to be doing on Saturday. Just a quick reminder, Saturday 26th of October, 11 a.m. Victoria Station in Westminster. That's the starting point. Let's go to Tommy talking about what's going to happen before the rally.
Quick one from me. I'm in London, yeah? And I'm here to see my lawyers to go through my case. I've got 10 hours here today. But I have to surrender myself now at 3 p.m. tomorrow into a police station. Friday, our demonstration's on Saturday, where my solicitors believe is expected I'll be charged under the Terrorism Act. This is 3 p.m. tomorrow. If I'm charged under the Terrorism Act, we expect they may attempt to remand me into custody. If I'm remanded into custody, I'm obviously not there on Saturday. Pissed me off, to be honest, but to remand me into custody, there will be a bail hearing where we can fight it, which we will fight it. So, just an update, yeah? Well, I'll fight it with your help, and you've already helped. The reason I've got a legal meeting even to go through my case today is because you've helped. Ezra stepped in.
130 yards, continue onto the path.
There's a Give Send Go link here. If you can support it, we'll fight tomorrow. I want to be there on Saturday. If I'm not there on Saturday, everything's prepared, everything's ready. A video will be put up tomorrow if I'm detained and held. But there is still a chance that Saturday morning I'll be released by a judge. So, time will tell, yeah? Just want to say thank you for supporting my campaign. If you have done, if you haven't, and you can, links here. Thanks.
Now, as we said, there are actual extremists and terrorists walking around freely. That's fine. But also the police and the justice system always claim that they are very overwhelmed and they don't have enough resources for a lot of cases. We have, for example, over 1,000 outstanding cases when it comes to the sexual assaults, sexual harassment, and all those type of cases who are not being dealt with, but they have enough resources for Tommy Robinson to be treated like a terrorist, and that is one of the concerning points. After that video, then there was another update from Tommy earlier on, talking about the injunction on the film. So this is all about the documentary that he made. There was an injunction on the documentary film, silenced, because the establishment didn't want that to be shown. But on a technical level, Tommy says, and his lawyers, that he was never actually served with the injunction itself. So let's go to that as well, see what he had to say.
As we're preparing for my case on Monday, do you know how the prosecution's case starts? It starts with them requesting the judge to remove the need for service of the injunction.
What the hell's going on here?
Guess why? Because they never fucking gave me the injunction. So this injunction that they want to sentence me to 4 years in prison for breaching, they never legally gave me it. That's right. They admit it in the opening of their statement. So they say they emailed me it. Well, that doesn't constitute service, unfortunately, legally. Yeah, and it was Justice Nicklin who emailed me it, and we have another case. Guess what? Where Justice Nick.
Don't know what's happening there. And I don't know, my mouse is now disappearing as well. That's weird. Oh, there it is. Where is it? Mouse has just disappeared. So, oh, there it is. So it's not allowing me to change anything just now. That's weird. So, on the computer. I don't know how they're doing it, but this is it's not allowing me to click on anything, which is strange in itself. Now it's just disappeared. Incredible, absolutely incredible. No, there is, and it's not allowing me to click on that. Can't change, and now it's doing something that's very weird, and now it's disappeared again. Wow. Wow. That is something else, that. I can't even get the mouse. Mouse disappeared again. My God. Oh. Not responding. That's great. Alright. Oh, there is. And it's not clicking on anything either. That's really something else, isn't it? How they... So I'm not able to click on that. Wow. Unbelievable. So it's not allowing me to click on that. I don't know how they're doing it, but that's something else. So the mouse is not clicking on anything now. So wonder if you use this, wonder if this will work. No, not even my internal mouse. So that's not allowing me to do anything. Oh, here we go. And now that's disappeared. Now the mouse has disappeared again. Oh, there it is. So it's only allowing me.
Our story appears to start and end in a brief playground incident at Almondbury Community School in Huddersfield. A playground scuffle. One boy poured a bottle of water on another child. The school dealt with it, and that should have been that.
None of you even know what it's like taking and that's how smooth this gimbal is. So when everybody did chip in, it went to good use. To do the commentary. Do you want to come talk?
Hello guys. We are here walking down the street to meet with the march at Victoria Station, and I'm very excited to see what's going to happen today. And I hope this will be a wake-up call for UK, but also for the world, because this is not only happening in your country, it's happening in Germany, it's happening...
And the reason it's happening in all these countries is that the globalists are in charge of all these countries. If Kamala Harris gets in charge, she's opened the borders in America. It's not just happening all over Europe. Some countries have held out, like Austria, Hungary, some countries have held out, but the globalists are in charge across the board.
Happening all over Europe, also in Brazil. America is right now fighting for their right to have freedom of speech. 5th of November will be a very important election. So I hope that the people in UK, especially today in London, will show a big sign, send a big message to the world to be peaceful, but still stand up for freedom of speech, and especially free Tommy. And I am Peter Lynch.
Peter Lynch.
Who you are and where you come from?
So I'm Vicky Richter, I'm from Germany. I live now in the US because freedom of speech is an illusion in Germany, and I had to leave Germany because of that. And now I'm here in UK, and I hope I will see today the start of our most important battle and war for freedom of speech worldwide. Thank you.
Fantastic.
So we'll come back to that. I'm not quite sure what's happening there. Let's move on. I don't know if that's going to come. Let's see if we can get back to...
Go. Anything goes.
Oh. That's nice, Robinson.
Robinson.
So that's not clicking either. Wow. Let's see what Jeff is saying.
Sorry, you'll have to get me out because I've got no way of proving who I am. Right. Oh.
Wow. Interfering as usual. Poor Jeff. I don't know if Jeff is spinning round or it's me that's spinning round. Let's see if there's anything here. Street mic.
Street mic.
So none of this is actually happening. I wonder if I could open another window. Let's see if I can open another window. There we go. Shady Shay.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com.
Listen, mate. No, you can.
Say
Hey. Hello, mate. You alright? Yeah, good to see you. I'm back again, isn't it? You're back. Yeah, hello. Jump in there, mate. Jump in there. Right, okay, I'm going to get
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Against security.
Yeah.
On the line. All right. We're beginning to move.
Security!
Security! We're here. We're going to start. If you're not urban or voice of Wales, you're going to have to go to the side, man.
Yeah, come. Sorry. Okay, we got 3,000 people. Let's go. Let's keep it up, guys. Keep sharing. Spread the love. Hey, Paul, did you sleep? Did you even sleep? Man, like Paul overslept. 6. I've only turned up. So, I mean, like, if you look through, look, I'm gonna zoom in. Let's zoom in. So, as you can see, the crowd is decent. It's decent. As you can see, we got a mix, so it's calm. See you last. Okay, so it's about to start now. It's about to start. Let's get it.
Just a quick showcase of the
So SOS Pan Freedom.
crowd that's building here now. Usual suspects here, they got their overhead.
So it's obviously not moving just now. Tommy Robinson live. What the fuck is going on? See, pixelation again, it's quite interesting how it is getting pixelated, isn't it? Affecting the live streams. Obviously not just mine.
Tommy Robinson March in London right now.
The police look really unsure, massive numbers.
Tommy Robinson March in London right now.
I'm at Oxford Circus Station on my way to Tommy's Patriot rally to report on it very shortly. Like, subscribe and share. I'm Tommy Rally.
Right,
I'm at Oxford Circus Station.
We know who you are. Yeah, I know, but they don't.
Oh.
All you've got to do is get behind that line of vests, that's it. So you want to go the other side of the police line?
Don't know what's happening there with Jeff. Let's see if we can get Jeff in the other one.
Tommy Robinson.
Hey guys, Toolman Tim here. Today I'm going to go over the 5 things you need to know in under 5.
I'm now see people are having difficulty staying online. Yeah. Trouble is that when even though it's London, once we got people out there must be, I don't know, 50,000 people are probably trying to fight for the same Wi-Fi system and the same signal. So yeah.
See, I'd like.
But,
you was at the Tommy's one on the 27th.
Yeah, I was here. Yeah, I was on both of the last. But
you was at the Tommy's one on the 27th.
Yeah, I was here. Yeah, I was on both of the last two. Yeah.
There you can.
Yeah.
To come up to, they were flying.
Yeah. Anyway.
To come up to, they were flying.
Yeah. Anyway.
We're not.
Look at that.
Well, look at what's happening with Jeff's there.
Jeff Tatler.
Let's back. I don't know whatever Resisting UK is doing, but that seems to be working. So it seems to be the procession seems to be moving again.
No, but the I know. How many's on then? 17,000. See?
Wow.
17,000 people live and direct.
Oh, do you want me to get some footage close by for you? Yeah, that'd be lovely. Yeah. Oh, come in, mate. Give me a thing. Rosie, let me get your pass for you. I'll get your pass for you. No, I'll get it. I didn't see you. I've got to get it from here. Yeah, I'm good.
Again, stalking him. Yeah. See, I mean, it's quite staggering.
Tommy Robinson. Let's see if I can get the anti-racist rally. Rally.
Swear. $10 ago, that's not what we want, no. So I can't find the counter protest.
Anti-racist Trafalgar Square.
I can't find the other counter protest, but apparently it's not very well. It's not very well.
I'm going to ask the judge, what is it that's in the film that's incorrect? I look at where my life's taken me, and I've asked questions all the way through this. I've asked myself many questions. What am I doing? Am I doing what's right for my kids? Is this right? They're going to see their dad back in jail? Is it right? Whatever could happen in jail, they'd be left without a dad. Is any of it right? I believe in my cause, wholeheartedly. Just for the record, my statement to the judges: do I have contempt of court for Justice Nicklin and his court? Oh yes, 100% I do. And I get, you know what winds me up? I think all these clowns saying it, yeah? Who sometimes they rise up.
Vox Populi.
And then they disappear, yeah? Most people I've met, every English Defence League regional organ had a mental breakdown. Every one of them, yeah? So I watch people come and I watch them go. They never stay the line, yeah? So all the wankers who call me out, and they're all going to come out from under their rocks when I go prison now, yeah? Because they always do. But you've had your opportunity to lead.
Online.
I say it too. People keep asking me to debate these certain people.
Even though it's London,
I look at them and think,
people out there must be
Vox Populi.
50,000 people are probably.
So Jeff is breaking up as well. Again, the thing is, there's Jeff as well. Where are you, Jeff? So he obviously there's a problem with mass streaming. And Jeff is obviously having the same problems that I had reporting on the protests. And as you can see, there is it's very difficult just now to actually get live streams.
Who's this dickhead? Yeah? What's he actually done? He hasn't done anything. Why would I give my time to someone whose ideas I find repulsive? I watched this one gentleman, and he's standing with a white girl, and she's got a mixed race baby. And he says to her, yeah, I'll deport your baby. That's what he said to her, yeah? And I looked at him and thought, you fucking shithouse. Because you wouldn't have said it to the dad. I know you wouldn't. Looking at him, yeah? I said, but you'd deport her baby, would you? Why would you deport her baby? Listen, if you know my upbringing, many of the people I love, many of the people when I had the English Defence League, when I'm in trouble and I'm calling, they ain't white, yeah? But they're British and they're English and they love this country and they love me and I love them. So I think, you think that you're just going to round up every non-white person, do you? Every one of them, babies and all, take away from her mother. And then what they do, and then they try to guise it and hide it a little bit. But I've watched every video of it. I saw Mark Collette crying when someone was putting on him. I thought, leader, this fucking bloke is who you want people to lead. Look at him, right? And then I look at Mark Collette and some of these people. Mark Collette's a very educated man. And it pisses me off. Because they take the working class kids who are angry for a righteous reason and they direct them down this path, which is dangerous. Do you know where we are now? About 5 miles that way. I went the other day. You heard of Charlie Big Potatoes? Look Charlie Big Potatoes up. He was one of these pricks, right? He used to give me a lot of shit. And I got on the phone to him because I said, you're a shithouse, basically. Because he was in Spain, which is what I'm doing now. He was hiding in Spain. And he was on the whole Jew thing, yeah? But not just the Jew thing, every non-white person. So I spoke to people who knew him in his home city because he was giving me shit. I said, I'd give a shit. I'd say, come back to England, you shithouse, yeah? So I found out last week. He was nicked in big counter-terrorism raids here and deported back to the UK. And I see people like this, angry British people, not really with anger, but the ones controlling them I find with anger. Because they're getting led down a path, which is a dangerous path, where they can sit in a pub and have a conversation, thinking they're around mates, who are goading them in, hope not hate them in the middle of these meetings. They might make a stupid comment and they're banged on terrorism charges. So, Charlie Big Potato's got 8 years. He's on solitary confinement. He's left a wife out here with 3 kids. She's then had to find work. When she's found work, she's left a little baby who's 18 months with the other brother and sister. She's stuck, she's in a bad position. The baby's got out the door, she's come home, he's dead in the pool.
Ugh.
So Charlie Big Potatoes.
Oh my God.
Find the freedom to forget with simple broadband switching. Hyperoptic, we're in your corner.
So, marching along at a nice old fair pace now that the police have let the march continue. We do get stopped occasionally when there's stragglers to catch up and we're moving too fast. So, that's fair enough. Now, where are we going? Yeah, it's okay. You can talk. You can talk. You all right? Yeah. Just got a very, very sore arm at the moment. I've been holding the camera up all day. Thank you very much.
So Jeff's starting to pixelate a wee bit there. Let's go somewhere else. Resisting GB, yeah, certainly getting the views in. That's probably the best one. I don't know what the fellas are using for their uplinks, but it's certainly working. It's definitely the best coverage.
Exposing the chaos in London streets after Tommy Robinson's arrest. Stay tuned. Tommy Robinson, whose real name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon, is currently in custody facing charges under the Terrorism Act. He was detained for failing to provide his mobile phone PIN to authorities, as required under Schedule 7 of the Act. This arrest comes at a tense time, with Robinson's supporters planning a massive march in London under the banner Uniting the Kingdom. Police are on high alert, anticipating potential clashes with counter-protesters from groups like Stand Up to Racism. The Metropolitan Police are deploying significant resources to maintain order and ensure public safety. Restrictions are being imposed to keep opposing groups separated and prevent violence. Authorities are urging all demonstrators to remain peaceful and lawful, aiming to protect the right to protest while preventing any criminal activity.
So, got Craig Houston is professionalising his channel even more. Go on, Craig, what are you saying, Bri?
Hi there, welcome to the latest episode of my 10-minute moan, and I'm not too sure if this one can be condensed into 10 minutes, but I'll give it a right good go. The topic of this 10-minute moan is lots of topics. It's my fears, my concerns, and probably a cry for help of what's going on locally to me in Scotland, nationally to me in the United Kingdom, and even some things worldwide that just don't make sense. It's broke and it needs fixed. And what the thing that, and it's not solely this, but the thing that really tipped me last night was the Tommy Robinson thing. And I'll speak about a lot of things, but the Tommy thing was the click. And the reason it's had me thinking since it happened yesterday afternoon is the why. Because, you know, I don't know all the information, maybe nobody does, but the timing of it is incredible when you consider what's meant to be happening today down in London, and I'm going to a wedding later on today, or I would have been there beside you. And I hope everybody going down has a safe and worthwhile afternoon. But
you don't need an expensive solicitor to write your will. Protect your loved ones and assets with a professionally written and
concerns about that. And the reason the timing is just bonkers. When we consider what happened, the last demonstration that Tommy had, he was leaving, and I think he was heading for or at the Eurotunnel when he was arrested. Trying to leave the country to go to Portugal, I believe, with his family, or to be reconnected with his family. And he was taken in, held, and released again in full knowledge. In the likelihood, he might have been asked, I don't know, but when you stopped a guy at the border and then you release him, you kind of think, well, he was going to go back to the border and go to wherever he was going previously. And I'm meant to believe that he was re-arrested, or arrested is the wrong word because he'd already been arrested, taken back into custody yesterday to make sure he goes to court on Monday. Now, logic would suggest that the guys came back. If he was on the run and had, decided he doesn't come back to the United Kingdom, that's a different concern. And I'm meant to believe that these are charges of investigation. Surely we don't live in a country that genuinely has someone being investigated for terror crimes and let them go. Knowing fine well that you arrested them at a border point, that the likelihood is they're going to go to a border point. So that doesn't add up to me. And when things don't add up to me, I can't process the information, and it sits in this wee bit in my brain where I go, that's a bit smelly, that doesn't make sense. And that's how my brain works. And this is one of these things where I think, that just doesn't make sense. So what we're expected to believe is there's this guy that's been alleged that, the police are looking into him for terror acts, not actually terrorists, but anti-terror things. And we just let him go. And then remarkably, 24 hours before potentially one of the biggest protests in the streets of London, the guy who's organised, not the main organiser, gets rearrested on the pretence that we want to just make sure he goes to court on Monday. Well, I think the eyes of the world were going to be on him this afternoon. So if he's trying to do a bunk, it'd be easy to follow. And you got him at the Eurotunnel the last time. So it just doesn't make sense. It appears to me, the only logic I can apply to this whole situation is I just didn't want him at that protest. Now that's a dangerous thing, because you've got hundreds of thousands of people going to support a guy that they feel needs support and deserves support, and suddenly he's not there. And you've got hundreds of thousands of people that might be a wee bit upset about that. And then when you tie in some things that I've already exposed, and that is the fact that trade unions are funding the counter-protests to this. That's not by accident. So they're going to have loads of people. No, it's not by accident. It seems like there's a lot of extremists in the trade union movement. It looks like there's a lot of communists that have taken. It reminded me of the bit like the mafia taking control of the unions in America. It seems like we've got the globalist communists who are working in conjunction with the WEF and the globalists, the Davos mob, who are now in charge of the trade unions as well. Who are there pre-arranged to protest about something that they actually don't know what they're protesting against. It's just this fear of this guy, right? And the whole thing's got the potential to get really, really smelly. Because if I'm going, that doesn't make sense with Tommy Robinson, there's hundreds of thousands of people going down there to support him, and he's not going to be there, then they've got the same concerns as me, then you can understand why I have some concerns about what's actually going on, and are these things getting planned to create a reaction to further demonise anybody who is considered to be right of centre? And we get told they're far right when most of them are centre or even just slightly right of centre. It just doesn't make sense. And getting called Nazis when they're the centrists, and we've got the extreme left-wing globalists and Islamists all on one side, the largest mass murderers, and because they're so extreme left, they're calling everybody to the right of them Nazis and fascists and far right, when they're actually everybody else is the centrists and they're the extreme. Got me thinking. I hardly slept last night. I don't know. I should be away ironing my shirt and getting ready for this wedding I'm going to, and that's just, the fact that I'm even making this video under the circumstances that I faced personally today myself is just a bit bizarre. And all these other things are coming into my head, and I'm thinking, what is the state of the place? How many things are just no right? How did we get here? Well, we got here because the globalists, who have now infested every political party, are in charge. So then, by switching from the SNP to Labour or to the Tories or to Liberals, every one of these parties, or the Welsh nationalists, fake Welsh nationalists, they're all much of a muchness. They're all on the extreme left. They're all following the globalist agenda, and none of them are governing in the interests of the people that are here. That's including the trade unionists, the media, and the judiciary. So they've sewn it up, and that's why you're in the situation you're in. Recently, we've seen our judicial system. It doesn't make sense when there's abusers who get non-custodial sentences, and people like the guy Peter Lynch, 60
Yeah, because this has been done deliberately to demoralise you, because Keir Starmer's a filthy communist piece of shit.
1-year-old that is unfortunately no longer with us. That itself is just horrific. For doing what? Holding a placard and shouting at a protest. 31 months in jail. We see the same with the Tory councillor's wife, and that story, there's more to come with that story.
And yet Muslim rape gangs are getting let out early and not being identified in the first place because Starmer covered it up.
There's some smelly things.
Which to me would potentially be a war crime.
Onto that pre-trial that will come out, I'm sure, and they're just proper weird, right? And then we've got a Labour councillor with doing this and telling folk that certain people in certain spectrums of the political, certain parts of the political spectrum have to get their throats cut. Now, I've known, because of what I've been doing in my own life in the last 24, 48 hours, there are suggestions that this guy's being released from prison when we were led to believe he was getting held until his trial in January. Which means that guy will, if it's true, and I'm not 100%, I think it's true, but you know, I've not been able to spend any time looking into that one, which is in here to do anyway. So that guy, if you look at what he's done, the Tory councillor's wife and Peter Lynch.
Epic's primary goal for
arguably the worst out of the three, and that is open for debate, but I think a fair few folk would agree with me, is what the Labour councillor done. Now, out of those three people, if he has been released pending his trial, he's the only one that's going to spend Christmas with his family, because the Tory councillor's wife's in jail.
And that was incitement to violence, so that should have been a totally separate or higher, more severe charge. That was incitement to violence.
And unfortunately, Peter Lynch is no longer with us, and his family's going to have a horrific Christmas. And that just doesn't make sense to me. It's the hierarchy of sentencing doesn't make sense.
No, that's because it's been done from a communist point of view. If you don't understand why they're releasing actual criminals, then you probably don't know that that's the MO for communist regimes. So that's why it's happening. I'm not sure that this is why I'm at a different level when understanding political nuance, because I do know, I understand it, and I do know. A big shout out to that Preston journalist who got his channel taken down. Somebody deleted all his videos. YouTube should be replacing all his videos. I think he's now at Preston journalist. Let me just...
Tommy Robinson.
Preston journalist. So I'm not sure. There it is, yeah. So subscribe, go back. He's already got 6,000 individuals already wondering GB News. So he's already got a number of subscribers. So subscribe to Preston Journalist. It was obviously that Preston Journalist, and he's lost all his videos and had to start again. Horrific. You do better, YouTube. So let's see if we get a live. Oh, not Kive.
Kive.
The screen goes off after 60 seconds to conserve power.
Right.
It's just button on the top, we'll turn it off, it takes about 5 seconds. Button on the top again, turns it back on, takes about 5 seconds.
Right, so now.
Yeah. So we've got about 3 hours remaining. Sorry, that's okay. It is difficult walking backwards. Alright, man? I could
Yo,
interview you?
big man.
Yo,
what are you telling me?
What brings you out here today then?
Mate, I've been seeing what's been going on the media, and I came up for myself to see, is the media saying the truth? And I'm here right now. Look at this, peaceful. People turned out. It's a mixed group as well. Like, you get me? So I'm here because, like, I love this country, and so far this is the rally is about uniting the kingdom. You get me? And that's what I'm about. That's what I'm about.
This is a young fella, I think, did the interview with Craig Houston.
What's happening to Tommy?
Mate, it's not right. Oh. So I think it's not right because at the end of the day we've got the freedom of expression. Everyone deserves that right, you know, to exercise the right of freedom of speech and expression. Nobody should be suppressed. And from what I've seen in the media, they say, oh, he's Islamophobic, but he's just calling out things as they are. All right, he's got Muslim friends. I've seen him chatting with them as well. Okay, he's just calling out crime. He calls out crime in every race. White people commit crime, he talks about it. Black people commit crime, he talks about it. Muslims, Asian, anyone commits crime, he talks about it. He just speaks the truth. You get me? But the narrative on the media is what, you know, it's not right, innit? It's not right. Don't demonize a man that's been truthful.
And
Right?
what do you think about Peter Lynch?
Mate.
The grandfather.
Bro, that was really sad. Really, really sad. Okay, because like, he said a few words, he got arrested. In my opinion, okay, let's say, fair enough, he gets arrested, 6 months. You know, 6 months or just, you get a warning, a sign, but 2 years. 2 years. And imagine, like, a lot of rapists have been let out on bail. Yeah, like even the trial have been deferred to like 2 years. I'm like, whoa, that is rape. And the murderers were set free. Imagine, bro, it's a joke. Murderers set free for someone coming out and chatting like he wants his country's values to be, you know, to be restored. He wants his country to be, you know, he wants the values to be upheld. And then he gets arrested for that. Like, it doesn't make sense. I love this country, that's why I'm here. I'm Nigerian, but I came here because of the values, you know, the Christian values, the rules, the you know, the freedom and that. But if the freedom is being taken away, people need to come out, you know, peacefully and let their opinions be heard.
Someone needs to be held accountable for all that's going on.
Everybody needs to be held accountable for what they do that's wrong, you get me? Like, you know, so if people are like calling out something, then there must, you don't say there's no smoke without fire. So far people are saying a lot of things about care, and I think like there needs to be a discussion. Like let's talk about it. If Kia feels what he's doing is right, it's fine, all right? It's fine, but let's talk about it. Come out. Like you were elected, you were chosen. Talk to your people. You're the leader. Talk to them. Don't run away. Imagine if I have a problem with my dad. I'm like, Dad, I don't like what you're doing. My dad will be like, yo, what do you mean? I'm like, Daddy, this is it. And then he'll be like, okay, let's talk. You get me? So I think Kia should talk to the people. There should be a discussion and address the issues. Let's know.
Cool, man. And you're live streaming. Do you want to shout out? Where can people find you?
I'm Shady Shay. SHADY SHAE. I make videos about the UK, so I'm an immigrant here. I'm British now, but like I'm still learning about the culture of the country and things. So I share my experiences on my channel on like things I like, the things that I see that are a bit different from my culture, and just being positive. Alright,
cool,
I'm on my channel. Yeah, thanks, man.
All the best, guys.
Big up, bro. Fabioli.
Thee who are born of thee, wider still and wide, thou thy beset, God who makes thee mighty, yes, you make me mighty, yes.
See, there's going to be music played in this, right? And from us podcasting, if there's music, there's copyright claims on YouTube. If there's copyright claims, then the video stream doesn't get monetized. So by the same thing happened at the going down to the Reform conference. YouTube refused to monetize it because on the actual addresses to the audience there was music, and thereby we don't get monetized from actually streaming because we get copyright strikes, doesn't get monetized, and you don't get paid any money. Oh, well, I'm there. So, I was going to try and do something clever there, but it didn't quite work out.
What it takes to make money in the currency market, which tools work.
Episode. I'm not quite sure what I'm there, but anyway, you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to monetize, or you don't get monetized if you're in this. And this guy's singing, so this is a problem for us live streaming. What are you guys saying anyway? What is happening here? Oh my goodness, nothing happening in that either. What the hell's happening here? Let's see if I can pop the chat again. Jeez, while we're waiting, live stream. Use Joe, no, something like that. Oh, there's my Artusi Witchy. Don't want to be hearing that. So we don't really require any, and it's good for the audience, don't get me wrong, but we don't really want any music because we then get copyright strikes and then it doesn't get monetized for us YouTubers who are obviously trying to bring you the information by playing live music, which is not good for us. So let me see if I can pop my chat again. Where is it? Up here. Go live. Let's see this. And pop the chat. You guys are very quiet today. Pop the chat, pop out chat. Right, that's cool. So, yeah, let's hope this guy finishes soon. So, we're doing that. And there's Maya as well. So Maya Tutsi is now live streaming. But we don't want any... no, we don't want that. So, let's see if we can get something else.
We're going to sing for Ireland and Wales. Let's do it together. It goes like this. Listen.
Oh no, he's away again. We don't want that. So let's go back. Local experimentalists.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and
no, that's might get that later on. See if that's actually working later. The Independent, hundreds join extremist protest after Tommy Robinson charged with terror offences. Tommy Robinson live rally feed. No, that's no. Let's see if we can go back yet. No, it looks like they're still singing. Stop singing. Stop putting singers at these events.
How's your media going? Nice. Brilliant. Subscribe, guys. Subscribe.
Still playing music, so that's an absolute nightmare on YouTube. If there's any sort of music, there's all sorts of copyright strikes. Bass Welshman, they're still doing the music. So we should stop that. So yeah, I'll just try and wait for a couple of minutes to stop the music. Mute the music. Muted. But no, I don't know. I haven't got a clue why they play the music. I understand from their point of view why they're doing it, but it's not good from us live streaming, because every time they play music, there's copyright strikes on it. Tommy is Lord. Street Mike, not impressed. No, stop that. Oh, there I am there. No. Tommy Robinson charged with terrorism offences after handing himself into police station. Well, I would have thought he would be better handing himself in Sunday night. But it's probably better publicity if he hands himself in just now, I have to say. Yep, there's Peter Lynch there, died at 61. Killed himself in the prison, allegedly. Come on, I think it's nearly done.
He wants to do a picture. Shall we do it on 3? Let's all wave at the camera. He wants a special picture. 3! Get their flags up. 3, 2, 1!
When are you coming on my show? Once you've answered the question, why are the citizens of the UK weak?
Local experiment. What's that? Local experiment? Local experimentalist. Local experimentalist UK. So this is GB Resistance.
Oh, not too bad.
But when I see last, and it might be London.
Oh, Wales.
Identified by your police investigation, but only 11 were charged. Why is that? The majority of the British people, we don't support the billions and billions of pounds they got. We track social
There's a percentage of people that you're injecting that you could actually be causing serious harm to. Do you not? Does that not process in your mind?
I have eyewitnesses who saw you taking envelopes of money off of Pakistani gangsters. A deliberate attempt to cover up these crimes against little girls for fear of being called racist.
So what that is up there is The Rape of Britain. That's his documentary, which he did, Tommy Robinson did, about the Muslim child rape gangs in Telford that's been covered up by the police and establishment, and Keir Starmer, who was the lead prosecutor in the whole of England, I think it is. And he covered up with Gordon Brown and Tony Blair the rape of children throughout the UK by Muslim child rape gangs who follow an ideology, who have a rapist for a profit. People don't realise that Muhammad had a sex slave. Her name was Maria, or Mary the Copt. And he raped her and then forced married her after having him as a slave, a sex slave. And that's why, but not only that, they also told the Muslims when to rape women who had been captured. So it's a pro-rape ideology. So people don't realise that it's been supported by Keir Starmer and the British establishment.
There are 5 dead females at the hands of these gangs in Telford. They've had nominal processing, then they're shipped to hotels up down this country. As you see, some of them are living in 5-star hotels, some of them are living in bed and breakfast. Impression that they would you rape her after I met no as rape her?
You have lied, you have played your part, and all of you who call yourself journalists, you all knew what was happening to those girls in all of those towns and cities, and you said nothing, you said nothing.
Just think, what were you doing hanging around with 13-year-old school children? As you can see, these people here are trying to do all they can to stop the British people to see what's going on behind these doors. The threat to national security does not come from citizen journalists reporting on this stuff. The threat to national security comes very, very simply from the people in government and the people that are making massive amount of money bringing illegal migrants into this country and processing them.
They are punishing the people who speak out in defence of the children of the poor.
There is fucking nothing that compares to it. The only thing that's going to totally is torture.
You're not going to have the BBC News doing this. You're not going to have ITV, TV, anyone. This is real citizen journalism.
We're bringing content moment post-war. We need your help, we need your support. We have no big funders. If you can support our work, please sign up and help us. It's the cost of a coffee. You can support us at www.urbanspeak.news/support us. Thank you.
Yes, London! Wow! This is an overwhelming scene. Fantastic! Love you! I love all of you! Then, you may have all been forgotten by Keir Starmer, as have I and us, but what we won't do is forget about each other. And let's start off with something positive, shall we? Keir Starmer is not my Prime Minister, is he yours? No! The one thing I will ask is if you bear with me a little bit, because I've been parachuted in to host today's event, and it is an event. This isn't a demonstration, this is an event of unity and harmony, and we're going to do this peacefully because it's what we all deserve. Let's remember why we're here. We all want change. And now under the Labour government, we've got to change the approach because they're not here for us. And can I get 2 seconds? Could Charlie Healy come to the stage, please? You are scheduled in to sing. Now, emotions, I appreciate, are going to be running extremely high. This week, we've had poor Peter in jail lose his life because he was put in there for nonsense charges and encouraged to plead guilty. Yeah, rest in peace, Peter Lynch. And let's make sure we do him a good turn and his family today. Come on! Come on, London, let's do it! Yes! And I also appreciate that emotions are going to be running high because Tommy isn't here today, sadly, to have his final say before he gets his freedom snatched on Monday. And it's insane when you think from a very young age, from babies, from toddlers, we're encouraged to tell the truth. Tell the truth, don't lie. If you lie, you get in trouble. And yet here we are, with Tommy just about to go to jail for telling the truth, and we're under a government that feed us lies. Keir Starmer is not my Prime Minister, is he yours? No! One request before I start moving this on. I was with Tommy in Spain last week, making sure he was exercising and keeping his head straight and eating his greens. So we have spoken length as to what he wants today. Now we all know that he doesn't want to be in a cell right now. We know he wants to be here. Of course he does. But I also know that he doesn't want anybody to feel sad because he made the decision to air the documentary, and he done it with pride and kahunas. But what he will also want is for everybody to play the game today and do it right. And when we leave at the end of a beautiful day we've got lined up, and it really is glorious, it's going to be full of love and good energy, because we're still going to have a good time, yes? And then when we disperse, we got to do it in mind that there are going to be people that are envious of us, because we are all together as one. And they will try and prod you and provoke you, and they want a reaction from you. Don't give them what they want. Do not let the mainstream media report lies or one little misdemeanor tomorrow, so all this goes to waste. Look how fucking lovely this is! I'm going to be back and forth. If you can be kind to me, I'll try and be kind to you. But no pressure. But Tommy did ask me, if I end up in jail, will you step in and host the event? So I am here as a friend to Tommy, to the team, the country, and every single one of you. And thank you for such a nice reception. I now want to hand you over to a personal friend of mine and yours, Mr. Paul Thorpe, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, how do I follow that? How do I even start? I've been stitched up. Guys, first of all, thank you so much for coming today. And as Liam said, it is a celebration, although tinged with sadness. When I was growing up, I was taught at school about the greatest leader that this country was ever blessed to have, Winston Churchill, God rest his soul. That generation was lucky to have a leader like Winston Churchill. But today we are also blessed. This generation is also blessed to have a man that stands tall, that stands proud, that stands for the British people. But his name's not Winston Churchill, his name is Tommy Robinson. And make no mistake, never be in doubt. It doesn't matter what anyone says. You can go home tonight, put your head in a pillow, and rest assured that you've been here today for the right reasons. Never let anyone sway you from that. And our job is now to awaken our friends, our families, our neighbours. And I want to finish by paying a tribute to Peter Lynch, who would have been here today if it hadn't have been for a horrendous sentence that this beautiful man, this soul, this grandfather, did not deserve. And I want you to join me now in a minute's of pause, not only for our Tommy, but for our Peter Lynch. God rest his soul, God bless you. Peter and your family, we are here for you. Stay safe everyone, as Liam said, don't give them any reason to doubt us.
Thank you, Paul. You're an absolute gentleman. I'm sure everybody here will agree. And it's now nice that we got the party started because, as I said before, we're here for a good time today. So when Tommy's sitting in his cell, he knows none of this went to waste. Now let me introduce the next speaker. Andrew Bridgen, it's all yours, brother.
Thank you. Remember the 5th of November, gunpowder, treason and plot. I see no reason why gunpowder and treason should ever be forgot. There's going to be a big event of world significance on the 5th of November in America. This will affect the whole world, and I ask you to pray for the right result. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so proud of you all. I'm proud to be here, but we're all saddened at those who are missing. And our prayers and thoughts should be with Tommy Robinson and the family and friends of Peter Lynch. Their suffering is a demonstration of the tyranny that we're living under at the moment. We know that Tommy's not a terrorist, and we know that Peter was never a rioter. They can take 1,000 of us, and 10,000 will stand up to take their place. And you've got to all take comfort that the worse things appear to get, the nearer we are to the end. We're in a dark tunnel, but we're nearer to the light than we are to the beginning, and we must press forward together. The worldwide attack on freedom and liberty we've seen over the last few years cannot succeed because too many people around the world have woken up. We see what you do, and we will not let it happen. In life, we tend to get what we're willing to tolerate. Well, the world, the good people, freedom-loving people, will tolerate this no longer. I've often been asked why I wear the paperclip on my lapel. Well, 2 years ago I spoke at a conference in Norway, and in Norway they call them binders. They bind people together. And they told me they invented the paperclip just before the Second World War. And during the Nazi occupation of Norway, the Norwegians wore the paperclip as a sign of resistance to occupation. It was punishable by summary execution by firing squad, but still the brave Norwegians resisted. They said they had no one in Norway to speak in their parliament, and would I wear the binder when I spoke in our parliament and speak for them as well. The paperclip is a sign of opposing international oppression, and I'm proud to wear it for you and for the Norwegians. All the freedom-loving people in the world are watching us today. They're expecting us to take a lead. As has already been said, we must be peaceful. There's a rival protest, and they've got a right to protest as well. What it demonstrates to me is the failings of our schools and our universities, because it's clear to me that our schools and our universities are not teaching our young people to think. They're telling them what to think, and that is very damaging. The main weapon that our oppressors use against us is fear. And once we learn to live without fear, there's nothing they can do to us. There's nothing they can do to Tommy, and sadly there's nothing now they can do to Peter. We have to live without fear. People think that we have no
power, we're just individuals, we're just drops in the ocean. But we're not. We're all linked. We're all connected. We are all the ocean in a drop. Enjoy the day and have a great time. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, when we look at mainstream media, they do their damnedest to divide us, put us in a state of submission by fear, and they don't tell the truth. They try their best to divide us and take a little look around. Do we feel divided today? Yeah, do we bollocks? Have a little look. Now, talking of media, the new media, the real, honest media that tells you exactly what's going on without prejudice, the opposite side to the lying BBC, Sky News filth. The next one on the stage, the next man is Mr. Mayor Susie. Come on!
Apparently this flag is a taboo. It's a sin to hold it here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget, we're here for the kingdom. We're also joined by Patriots from around the world. We've got all the usual flags, the American flags, the Israelis, we also have the French flag. Even the bloody marshal here. The Iranian flag. But we're here, not just the United Kingdom. We think about Peter Lynch, Rhiannon Sky White, a hotel worker who lost her life yesterday after an attack by illegal migrants in Sudan. We think of Tom Robinson in jail right now. We think about the 3 little innocent girls in Southport who lost their lives. Now, the building right behind you, down the street, and the one over there, the House of Parliament, they think we're far-right anarchists. Just because we criticize the system. We criticize the system because we want it to be better. I am going to talk about the political side, but the fact that they are scared of you guys.
I don't know if that mic's up too high for him, but he sounds like he's reverberating. Seems really strange, the mic. I don't know if they need to balance out the mic. You can hardly hear what Mayer's saying.
You guys are far right, unless they are scared and terrified of far-right grandmothers, and all their families and children, and again people coming from France and Canada and Australia. My mother apparently is also a far-right thug. She was saved by the British Embassy from Iran. She was an actual political refugee. She came here to give me a fresh chance in life. To what end? I now have to have private security because I get death threats. For doing my job, we're doing a job that the BBC should be doing, for simply reporting the news.
I'm not sure, let me just check and see if there's something else.
Despite the fact he's 13 years of age, he's just about to get up on stage and speak.
Bit of reverberation round that mic.
Now, this wasn't what my mom actually wanted. I would be safer in Gaza than in London at this point. Now, I have a message to the political establishment, the mainstream political parties. First one, Reform UK. Our friends at Reform, this crowd is not what you think it is. You misunderstood them. Look around, bring your representatives, talk to the crowd here. Don't be scared. These people, a lot of them voted for you. My message to the Tories, people are here protesting against Keir Starmer, but let's not forget, this crowd was not created by the Labour government. This was happening under the Tories. You created this. It's your fault. Finally, what is my message to the Labour government? Nothing positive.
The only message that is to you guys when it comes to the Labour government: get ready, campaign, fight, don't give up, unite the right, unite the kingdom, stop the division, fight, fight, fight. Final message to all the other Patriots who come here to support the British public, the Americans, the Israelis, the French. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. We will support you in your fight in your countries. Nationalists and patriots, it's time to unite. We've been too isolated. We've been left each other alone. It's time to support each other. Thank you very much. Our minds, you see, and we are the media.
I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, the next man, and I'm going to refer to him as a man, despite the fact he's 13 years of age. He's just about to get up on stage and speak in front of you lovely people. And there's lots of you. If you can see what I'm seeing, the crowds go back and back and back. And we have a young, up-and-coming politician that gets stick at school, labelled, stigma, far right, the usual tripe. And it'll be nice actually when he gets up here, because he can see that there's nothing far right about this crowd. The only thing is just right. So please, give this young man a massive, massive cheer and a round of applause. Because I don't know anybody his age that will come and do this. What a man! Let's go! Charlie Simpson!
Because far right, because we love our country. And every one of you are not far right, you become certain citizens. Because down at Downing Street, Keir Starmer protects his own, not you. Keir Starmer has blood on his hands. We stand here united. He killed Peter Lynch. This government did. Now, I ask you all as one to join us in the fight for freedom, to bring our country back. Great Britain, make it truly great. Now, I can see a UKIP flag. UKIP are the real party, the party for the people, not Reform UK. Fake party, fake, fake, fake. They kicked me out because I stood for Tommy. Because I stood for Tommy. Are you all hearing this? The party for the Patriots. Tommy's the biggest patriot we've ever got. So, I ask you all, at the next election, you vote for UKIP, you join UKIP. Right, I'm going to start finishing off now. Thank you. And remember, keep doing your country proud.
You are a living legend. Oh man, Jesus, come on! Unbelievable! Wow! Respect to you, brother. Get a picture. Get a picture. Let's go, Charlie. Yeah, well, you know, credit where credit's due. Credit where credit is due. Go on, look out, Charlie. Oh! When he finds out how swell this is going. Just to compound on Charlie Simpson, what he said and what he just done there, and giving people credit where it's due. This is what we need more of. Giving people credit when they're due, building each other up, being each other's brother and sister and friend, and encouraging each other to do the right thing all the time. Now I'm going to pass you over to Lutz.
Sorry, the screen's locked up. So
And Vicky. So forgive me, I've been parachuting in to do this. And then, from Lutz and Vicky, we are going to get Richard Inman on straight after, and then he is going to show you Tommy's documentary. So I'll be back in a little while. Until then, have a glorious time! Come on, all the way from Germany, what I am.
Hello UK, I'm Vicky. I'm living now in the US because I'm not allowed to be in Germany anymore because I'm fighting for freedom of speech. I expose the hypocrites in Germany, the politics, and today we are all here for Tommy because he's a political prisoner, for showing the world what's really going on in all over Europe, because this is not only happening in the UK, it's everywhere. It's in Brazil. I'm doing a documentary for Urban Scoop about what's going on in Brazil, and we have to stand together. Today is a very important day for the whole world. You make a sign, you stand up, and the world has to watch you, has to follow you in the fight for freedom of speech for our children. Because our children have a right to live in freedom and have a right to grow up in a country to be proud of. You have to be proud to be British. I have a right to be proud to be German. They can't take that away from us. Don't let them take that away from us. But today we are all Peter Lynch and Free Tommy. I wanted you put an ugly post on Twitter, Free Tommy, hashtag Free Tommy. Float the internet with this hashtag. That the world sees what's going on, because mainstream media doesn't want that to be seen. And we don't care anymore. We are the people. We are fighting for our rights. Thank you.
Hello, Great Britain. My name is Lutz. I'm the founder of the Guerilla movement in Germany. And I met Tommy 10 years ago, and since then we became friends, and we're actually going the same way. I'm facing the same charges. I'm still free, I'm the lucky one, but I'm facing the next one in a couple of months, so I'm not sure that I'm going to join you that soon again. But we have to stand together, everywhere, all the patriots all over the world. We have to go our way, we have to fight for the freedom of speech. Tommy's been charged for it, I'm charged with it. So that's why. Support Tommy and support every people's movement in this world which is going to fight for the freedom of speech, which is a people's right. This is the most important thing. If they take away that from us, we are at the end. That's it from me and Free Tommy. Let's call it again as Liam did before. Oh, Tommy, Tommy! Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson. Thanks. Thank you, London. Thank you, Great Britain.
And fight, fight, fight!
One more thing that we're all going to have to play a little part in. Charlie Healy from X Factor is due to be singing on stage, and he's in the crowd and he's struggling to get through. Which is a great thing because it shows how many people have turned up, but we need to figure out a way of getting him through, you lot. So, Charlie, if you can hear me, just tap whoever's in front of you on the shoulder and say, I'm Charlie Healy. So if somebody taps you on the shoulder saying they're Charlie Healy, get him to the stage, the man's got to sing! And now over to Mr. Richard Inman, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, what Liam just said there reminded me of an old film called Spartacus. So, we don't want everyone coming to the platform saying, I'm Charlie Healy. We only want the real Charlie Healy. But if you remember that film...
I'm Charlie Healy.
What was the catchphrase from Spartacus? I am Spartacus. Every single one of you in this crowd today, I want to hear your voices saying, I am Tommy Robinson. I am Tommy Robinson. And there's another hero, and he's not here today. be at any more demonstrations, and we've seen the videos of him. One of us, just an ordinary man, a grandfather just like I am, a father just like I am, and a patriot just like I am. Peter Lynch should be here today, and he's not. Let's have a massive cheer for Peter Lynch. And before I forget what we're going to do when the film's on, we're going to pass buckets around the audience, and we're going to do a collection for Peter Lynch's family, and we're going to do a collection for Tommy Robinson's children. If I didn't say it now, I would have forgotten. But we're here because we're at a very pivotal moment in our country, and I believe every single one of us is not just a Peter Lynch and a Tommy Robinson. Every single person in this crowd is a British hero. You are all British heroes. And you know, many times we come here and we talk about the problems and we talk about what's wrong, and you're going to see a film in a minute that goes into great detail about that. But I'm going to say something. Every single person in this crowd is not a problem. You are the solution, and you're the people that are going to take our country back. And my message to Keir Starmer, the person who hates grandfathers. What do we think of Keir Starmer? What do you think of Keir Starmer? I agree. I'm not going to say what I think of Keir Starmer because I've been told to keep it clean. Keir Starmer has to go. Keir Starmer will go. And in 5 years' time, we're going to send him packing, and hopefully we'll send him to prison as well. What we're going to do now, we're going to show a film, and this film talks about Peter Lynch. This film talks about the heroes, the political prisoners that have been locked up for nothing. Our judicial system has been weaponized by evil people in that house. Story of Peter Lynch. It's going to tell the story of Tommy Robinson, but it's going to tell the story of the hundreds of other people whose lives and families have been destroyed by those corrupt people in that house behind you. And before we start the film, I want everyone in this crowd, I want us to observe a 1 minute silence. So I'm going to ask you, when I stop talking, when I shut my big mouth in about 30 seconds, I want a hush to go over this crowd. I'm going to ask Liam if you could time me to make sure we get 1 minute. When I stop talking, I want this entire crowd to go silent for the hero of our age, Peter Lynch.
Peter Lynch, 61, proud grandfather and father of four, was sentenced to 2 years, 8 months in prison. His so-called crime? Raising his voice and holding a banner in defence of what he believed. Branded a far-right thug by the media and Keir Starmer, Pete was thrown into a brutal prison system among violent criminals. But the real justice, he paid the ultimate price. Alone, isolated from family he cherished, Peter took his own life in a cold, unforgiving cell. His voice may have been silenced, but his sacrifice will echo through history. May he rest in peace. It's September 2024. There's been trouble on our streets. The government and legacy media tell us one thing, social media and citizen journalists tell us something else. What we do know is the British people are angry. What's ignited this anger? What is going on? And are we seeing lawfare waves on the British people with a whole new level of intensity? I'd have liked to have been at Runnymede, England to make this film. Why Runnymede? Because it's where King John was made to sign the Magna Carta over 800 years ago. The Magna Carta is a document designed to shackle the power of tyrants. A document that makes it clear that everyone, including the king, who was the authority in the land at the time, is subject to the law. And the law is to be applied without fear or favour. A document that has inspired freedom-loving people around the world. A document to protect free-born English men and women from the abuse at the hands of tyrants. How fast and how far our nation's fallen. Now, we looked at the architecture of a totalitarian state in Lawfare, the film we launched on the 1st of June this year. Two-tier policing, a politicised judiciary, a controlled media, and dissenting voices being crushed. These are just some of the pieces that the Conservatives put in place, working hard to build their utopian totalitarian state. New legislation, arrest for hurtful words, thought crime debanked, fired. This has all been the case for a few years now. And digital programmable money, mass surveillance, social credit scores, 15-minute cities, pay per mile to drive. Yes, the ULEZ infrastructure is already in place for that. Centrally controlled food supply. All these things will follow soon. More tax, less freedom, and prison for anyone who objects. But right now, we have a new Labour government, and we could not have imagined how quickly and vigorously these new totalitarians, this morally bankrupt, communist, bewildered, one-term Labour government would have set about implementing their evil plans. We explained previously how totalitarians use all the institutions of the state to create the facade of fairness, due process and a democracy. It's all a facade. Well, in fact, they seek to destroy the very fabric of our society with their so-called progressive ideologies. Progressive ideologies that care not a bit for the oppressed, but use social justice. These totalitarians create division and chaos as a pretext to usher in serve their purpose. And they create families. Imaginary foes. They turn the gullible against these imaginary demons. Why do they do this? Well, they have no power if they're scrutinised and exposed for what they are. They have no power if the people unite against them. And they are driven by three emotions. Three emotions lie at the heart of every totalitarian regime.
And Keir Starmer's regime is no different. They're driven by lust, fear and loathing. They're driven by lust, a lust for power. They will say and do anything to get it. They will say and do anything to keep it. This includes lying to us. We won't take away the winter fuel allowance. We won't raise taxes. They get elected, they take away the winter fuel allowance from thousands and thousands of pensioners on as little as £30,000 a year.
But how can you justify it to viewers who feel like it is an attack on some people who've worked hard all their lives? They're not wealthy, they don't have money to spare, and this year, if it's cold, they're going to be looking at the thermostat and wondering if they can pay their bills.
According to Labour's Lucy Howe, they had to do this to stop the economy crash.
That is a barefaced lie. Just 1.5 billion was saved, while £21 billion was voluntarily spent on public sector pay rises and foreign climate aid. When Ed Miliband excitedly promises to decarbonise the grid by 2030, again, he's been completely dishonest. And the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Darren Jones, innocently leaked some time ago, the true cost is going to be hundreds of billions of pounds with an almost impossible transformation of infrastructure.
There's a report, of course, commissioned by the Labour Party back in 2017, which forecast that thousands of pensioners could die, could literally freeze to death because of this change.
If we have the money, billions every year, to look after people who are given nothing to this country, why do we not have 1.2 billion to give money to people who have contributed to the system and who are now vulnerable and at the end of their lives, they're going into that chapter of their life?
They removed the energy price cap and prices jumped by 10% for everyone. And if you've worked hard all your life, look out, because they're coming for your savings and your pensions. And don't forget, while he's whipping you, Free Gear Kia, he's had to declare more than £100,000 of freebies and gifts, more than any other MP in our country. And they say they've just found a £22 billion black hole in the nation's finances.
We have found a £22 billion black hole. So we've got to fix it. And that's what this is all about, making sure we fix the foundations, and then having done that we can build a better future that pensioners and so many other people voted for in this election.
But they knew about the state of finances long before the elections. They just forgot to mention their plans. And when asked to spell out the details of the claimed black hole, they refused. They're not telling. They won't. The dog ain't my homework. Ridiculous. They're not hiding the political choices they've made. They're actually proud of them. They can't use your taxes, remember our taxes, that's whose taxes, this is yours. They can't use them to help freezing pensioners this winter, but they can choose to send $3 billion a year of your tax to Ukraine to drag us towards war with Russia, instead of pursuing peace. They choose to send $6.4 billion a year of your taxes to support asylum and illegal migration. That's according to the Institute for Fiscal Studies. That's up 50% from last year and 6 times higher than in 2018. What's it going to look like next year or the year after? That's right, $6.4 billion in support of unilateral cultural suicide.
Angela Rayner has announced that she's abandoning plans to give British people, in brackets, who have paid their stamp or taxes, close brackets, priority council housing. We're going to allow migrants to get out. If you thought that wasn't bad enough, I love your response to this, because this sent me today quite literally over the edge. If you're a terrorist and you wanted to get social housing, you were going to be banned under Labour's manifesto. That's been reversed as well today. So what we're saying then is we're going to allow millions of people to come into this country and take away homes or whatever from British people who need them. And that is not racist to make that comment. That is an absolute proven fact.
It is a proven fact, and that, amongst other reasons, is why people from all those deprived communities across the United Kingdom have been protesting against immigration for the last few weeks.
They choose to give away $8 billion of your taxes on climate aid. That's giving money to other countries to help them for their so-called climate challenges. $8 billion of your money, but can't keep pensioners warm. They choose to spend trillions, yes, trillions of your taxes to pursue their own net zero wet dream, exporting our carbon emissions to China and India as we commit unilateral industrial disarmament and drive millions and millions into fuel poverty. Don't take my word for it. This is a co-founder of Greenpeace on climate change.
I say not only is carbon dioxide good, it is essential,
And it's a good thing that we are putting some more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere because it was running low before we came along. If we had definitive proof that CO2 was causing serious problems and we could prove it, don't you think they would write that down on a piece of paper somewhere so people could read it? They don't have definitive proof, period. I am firmly of the belief that the future will show that this whole hysteria over climate change was a complete fabrication.
And lastly, they'll smash those gangs that are transporting illegal migrants into the UK, costing us a 6.4 billion a year.
Well, they're not going to smash the gangs because it's the political class that are doing it. They could stop at any point. It could be stopped tomorrow. But this has been deliberately done by the political class, whether it be Conservatives, Labour or Liberals. They're all following the Globalist manifesto.
Round up, detain and deport illegal immigrants. That's what new Home Secretary Yvette Cooper has just promised to do. Well, do you believe the woman who held up a sign saying...
No, they're all lying. They're all using globalist Talia and lying to you. And as will the next Conservative leader, they'll just lie to you as well.
Refugees welcome, close the Bibby Stockholm and strap through Rwanda on day one.
Do you believe it? They're also driven by fear. They fear their loyalty to the World Economic Forum and its globalist and totalitarian agenda being exposed and revealed.
You have to choose now between Davos or Westminster.
Davos.
Why?
Because Westminster is too constrained.
They fear their incompetence and failures being exposed. Immigration policy, energy policy, foreign policy, every policy is a failure. They fear losing power. And they fear Islam. They're bewildered. They cower and submit to the demands of Islam out of fear of what might happen if they don't.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Phil Hutchinson and I am the Superintendent for British Manchester Police based in Oregon.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm speaking to you today because I want to reinforce my commitment to protect every member of our Merseyside community.
Of course, cowering in the face of Sharia-loving fanatics does not placate them. It emboldens and morons. Our government's appeal is like feeding the crocodile and hoping it will eat them last. I think Churchill said that. And hiding things, covering things up. That doesn't solve our nation's problems. It's obvious to most of us by now, covering things up lets the problems grow and grow and grow. They've done that for the last 40 years with Pakistani rape gangs for the sake of community cohesion. And they're doing it now with mass migration and the Islamisation of the United Kingdom. But lying to cover things up doesn't create community cohesion. It does the absolute opposite. It stokes anger in British people.
There was no growth in our economy in July, and yet we continually get pumped with mass migration. I'm just going to pose this question. If migration makes us richer, why are we getting poorer? Our politicians can't just lie to us and hope we don't kick off. If the truth is so bad that we might protest if we knew about it, then maybe they should do something about the problem, instead of covering it up.
And the population know they're being ignored. And worse than being ignored, they're being condemned. This time by a Prime Minister.
I would say they're actually being persecuted, but that's a different argument.
How on earth did he end up with this job? Anyone who thinks mass immigration might not be such a great idea. Well, Tutti here, he's branded all of you as far-right thugs and Nazis. Prejudged you as criminals, and his stormtroopers will come and arrest you shortly. The third emotion driving our so-called leaders is loathing. They don't believe in the nation state. They believe in open borders and cheap labour for global corporations. Their loyalties lie with the World Economic Forum. Tutti Kia has made that pretty clear already. They loathe our nation and its people. The obstacles to their globalist totalitarian utopia. They don't want to be challenged. They are terrified of scrutiny. They don't want their lies exposed, and they certainly don't want to listen to you, the British people.
Everybody's lives matter. Black lives matter. Trans lives matter. Refugees' lives matter. Except old people's lives don't seem to matter. Why on earth are they choosing this as their first hill to die on?
Will our so-called leaders ever recognise the legitimate concerns and grievances of the British people? Do our so-called leaders actually want to solve the problems, or do they want to use the problems? Problems they created, by the way. to take more power and take away more of your freedoms. You see, these Marxists weren't elected because British people wanted to be governed by Marxists. They were only elected because of the Tories spent 14 years failing everyone. They failed.
Well, they didn't fail. They were already on the globalist agenda, so they're not failing. They're already just as not interested in British people as the Labour Party, the Liberals.
The British people failing to be remotely conservative, failing to lower taxes, failing to control our borders, failing to protect our freedoms, and now in power, these Marxists want a state of perpetual chaos and division that they create, divide and rule. There must be an enemy. There must be a reason to take action against these enemies of the state, and that action will always take away your freedom.
There's been a knife attack on a property in Hart Street. There are reports of it involving children, and I can now confirm that some of the patients have been taken to Alder Hay Children's Hospital, so that would suggest that those reports have indeed been accurate.
Here in the UK, 2 children have been killed in what police called a ferocious stabbing in a dance class in Southport in the northwest of England.
How many more children died on our street tonight? Needed. How many more children? 5 max. Got the photos. Off you go. With the real truth, Ireland start. Take the real truth! Our children! Go away! Not one dead!
So what actually happened in Southport? A man of Rwandan descent murdered 3 beautiful girls and stabbed 8 more children and 2 more adults.
I think another, one of the adults died as well, so I think there's 4 people murdered as far as I'm aware.
How did the government react? What did the machinery of the totalitarian state do? Well, you and I would hope something like this would get the government to stop and reflect from it. Why have these girls been murdered? Why is there so much knife crime? Why is there so much rape? Why are these so-called asylum seekers flocking to our shores? What values and cultures do they bring with them? Are their values compatible with ours? Are all cultures of equal merit? You and I would hope the government would ask why the...
Well, I would say it was religion, so I would say that's the religion reflects in the culture.
Peasants, that's us, you and me. Why are the peasants revolting? No. Don't be ridiculous. Reflecting is not a popular pastime with communists and tyrants. Admitting they're wrong is not a key competence of these tyrants. Apologising for destroying our nation? It's not going to happen. What this government actually did, well, firstly, they did everything they possibly could to cover up the basic facts, what you and I will call the truth. They said immediately it wasn't terrorism. How could they possibly know immediately the motive, what they wasn't terrorism? How could they know that? And how could stabbing young girls at a Taylor Swift dance studio not be terrorism? They said he was from Cardiff. Axel...
Yeah, but I'm not quite sure what the motivation is now. We don't know if it was a racist attack. We don't know what the actual underlying motives were, because we've been deliberately not told what the motives are. I don't know if this is going to court yet, but I think the motivation for murdering children is certainly something that we should find out.
Brother Yabana, yes, he's as Welsh as the daffodils. They looked for evidence he was mentally ill. I can help with that one. Yeah, he was mentally ill. Anyone who commits a crime like that is mentally ill. Exactly what kind of mental illness? And they published a picture of him, looking like an innocent little 12-year-old, and reported he was a choir boy. They made him the victim. They did all this because they don't want us knowing the truth. They manage the information.
Misinformation is dangerous. Social media is good, but it's also bad when people are using it in a way that could cause a riot, threats, intimidation. I think the government have really got to think long and hard about what they want to do with social media and what are they going to put through Parliament as a bill to like. Misinformation is dangerous. And
so that's what the communists want to do. They just want their side of the argument because they know that they're wrong.
Misinformation or threats or intimidation should be allowed to be carried out on social media platforms.
But what about the Labour guy that's told everybody or told the people to cut the people's throats? That's surely incitement to violence, I would suggest, and that's not been treated as such. So he should be getting longer sentence than 30 months if the other guy gets 30 months for holding a placard.
That's their words. How absurd, how foolish, and how dangerous. And Kia, how is this working for you, managing the information? Do the government really believe their actions will help build a peaceful, prosperous and patriotic society? What about a cohesive society? Or are they so short-sighted, so hungry for power, and so disdainful of the British people that they will use anything, no matter how awful, how tragic, they will use anything as an opportunity to implement their totalitarian agenda and crush anyone who speaks out against them. As we've said, these Marxists want a state of perpetual chaos. There must be an enemy to mobilise the population against, an enemy to divert attention away from the government's agendas and their favours.
You said the right showed there was a societal black hole. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that was that the riots, I think, were symbolic of a broken society. They were far right in the main, but underneath that, I think there was a societal black hole, a breaking of our society.
So rather than take responsibility, he blames the illusionary and delusionary far right. But yet he's a Marxist, he's a communist.
I'm convinced.
Everything, if he's a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
The answer to it is delivery in government.
He sounds dead gay, doesn't he? I don't know if you notice that, he sounds gay. Not that there's anything wrong with being gay, but I think if you're in a lavender marriage like allegedly Nicola Sturgeon, that I think there's been comments that his wife is leaving him. I don't know if that's something to do with what the revelations have happened.
So the best argument against the far right, best argument against the easy answer, is to deliver, to bring about the change that we promised we'd bring about.
That's right. Tutir Kia seems to acknowledge there are troubles. He says the solution is delivery.
But he never mentioned the murder of the children. He never really mentioned, although he went to and quickly scuttled off, he never mentioned the actual underlying murders or deaths of like Mr. Lynch or the children. He never addressed the underlying problem, because if he addressed the underlying problem, we would all realise that they are the problem, not the solution.
In government, which suggests the cause of the problem is failure in government. I agree, Comrade Kia. And he says the far right, whoever they are, is the snake oil of easy answers. I think it'd be more accurate to say the use of the term far right to label concerned British citizens is the snake oil of lazy government. And any anger, which he labels far right, is a consequence of failure in government. You can't blame the Tories forever, Comrade Kia. Listen to this.
It doesn't matter what apparent motivation there is. This is violence, it is not protest, it doesn't...
Yeah, but it was already from a violent act, which you didn't actually react to if you'd addressed the underlying act, but you've already let criminals out to lock up political prisoners. That's what you've done, because you're a communist.
It doesn't matter what the motivation is.
That's right. He doesn't care what happened. He doesn't care. Okay? But it gives him the excuse to crush the dissent that terrifies him. The dissent of the average British man and woman. And by the way, we still haven't been told anything about the motivation of the Southport killer. What could it possibly have been?
Good honest men are going to jail for saying that integration failed. So do you think that we're really free if we're not allowed to say what we see? Starmer's a tyrant, but we won't be silent, 'cause he threatens his people. Starmer is evil, but we won't be silent, 'cause he threatens his people. Starmer is evil.
Now, once they'd tried very hard to manage the news about these murders in Southport, and they'd lied and patronised the entire British people in the process, what Tutir Kia and his cabal of apparatus chicks hid next is truly chilling.
Everyone was angry because of what had happened to those 3 little girls. The whole world was angry. My husband was then saying, you know, the government keep letting them come in to our borders. You know, kids are getting raped, filmed, what followed, things like that. You know, they're taking all our NHS, they're getting rehomed. You know, everyone coming in is just being given everything. And then things like this are happening in our country.
So what is it exactly that your husband has been accused of?
On the Saturday after Southport, he just put a status up saying the Daresbury Next, which is a hotel close to where we live, which have got immigrants and asylum seekers in there who were getting rehomed. So he didn't inciting that he's going there to do anything. He was just saying, with all what's going on, that's the next place that'll most probably happen. People will start rioting and stuff. But he didn't put that, he just put, it's going to be the Daresbury Next. Then people commented underneath his post, and he just put, it's the government's fault if they stopped letting them in the borders, all this wouldn't be happening.
Okay, so he was being vocal on the immigration issue?
Yeah.
He went there for his daughter and for his little sister to stand up and say, like, enough's enough. With Jack being a father himself, he's a first-time dad to a little girl, he felt it, like, it touched him emotionally, what was going on. When he was there, he was waving his flag. He didn't say anything racist. He wasn't shouting abuse. He wasn't swearing. There's actually numerous videos of the police telling Jack he has to put his flag down. He's not allowed to hold his country's flag. Jack saying to the police, listen, I'm not here for no violence. I haven't came for violence. I've came for a peaceful protest. The reason why he was arrested was because the police blockade, or whatever you call it, where they all have the shields, they ran and pushed his mum over, Julie, his mum, she's 68 years old. They pushed her over, trampled over her, she was on the floor, they trampled over her. Police seeing this, and then obviously tried to get through all the police to get to his mum who were on the floor. They were whacking him with a shield, sprayed him with CS gas, and they were saying, look, my mum's on the floor, I just need to get to my mum. When he was being, after he just got arrested, when he was being held around the back of the Bluebell, the police officers were saying, look, I don't even know why you've been arrested, because his mum were there as well, obviously, all the face was bruised. They could see that she'd been injured, badly injured. I don't know if he was a sergeant or just a normal police officer. He was saying, I'll ring the inspector and see if he can let you go, because I don't think it's serious enough to be arrested. So he said, if it were my mum, I would have done the exact same. Obviously, we went home and we thought everything was fine, because obviously Jack didn't do nothing violent at all. And then that's when, exactly a week later, the police had knocked on the door, and then that's when he got arrested.
So they started putting the door through. My little girl was screaming in the gardens. Screaming in the gardens, my neighbour took her away. So I asked them to stop breaking the door down, and asked them what they were here for, and they wouldn't tell me. And I said, have you got a warrant? And they said, we don't need to give you one. And he said that my back door's open and my back gate, you can go down there, stop booting my door through. So at that point when he stopped, Chris was coming out with the police, and then they went in and raided my whole house, looking through his phone and took the kids' iPads and stuff.
Oh, your little girl's still there?
She'd been taken to my neighbours, but she was just crying her eyes out.
How long exactly did he get?
He got 5 years. A year taken off, and they took into consideration his health and his mental health, and then they gave him 32 months.
He was sentenced to 3 years, 4 months, and also a 10-year criminal behaviour order. You're not going to see your partner Lee now for 3 years, 4 months. No. How do you think you're going to cope with that? I'm absolutely gutted. It's broke the family up. It's like his daughter, it's a first-time dad with a little girl, like it's a Christmas coming up, so the first one where she understands things. He's going to miss out on her first Christmas, he's missing out on her second birthday, like...
She's just like a little child. She's usually a bubbly little girl. She's just not herself. She's not the same little girl. She just she sits and just stares into space.
So with the most recent atrocity in Southport, and regardless of the murderer's motivation, in this particular case, it was the last straw. People were angry, not surprisingly. Not just about the Southport murderers, but about years of having their legitimate concerns about mass immigration being completely ignored. They're angry about two-tier policing and politicised judiciaries. But Labour cannot afford to have pesky voters asking questions about the consequences of open borders, mass immigration, and the incompatibility of some ideologies of our culture. So they create a different story. They turn everyone's attention to their imaginary monster, the far right. The fictional dragon they pretend to slay.
There's a lot of people that have branded people like Lee as a far-right racist thug. Is that true?
No, definitely not.
Well, never have been, Rumour's never been racist.
It's horrible. They just put lies up there.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Just everything that they've written. It's like there's actually an article about Jack that calls him far-right as well. And obviously when I spoke to Jack and made him aware of this, he's not happy. Like he's kicking off saying on the phone, he's saying, I'm not... They kind of just put me down as something that I haven't actually complied with. I haven't said that I am this type of person.
The best thing you would be is racist. And like every person, I think you should have loyalty to your country. And if there's something wrong with your country, why can't you speak about it?
And more fanciful than that, they blame the English Defence League.
Missiles were thrown at riot officers and the police van was set on fire by a large crowd of protesters believed to be supporters of the English Defence League.
We don't know where they streamed in from, but they're believed to be supporters of the English Defence League.
How many people work in what? There's over 50,000 apparatchiks working in the Home Office alone. And no one told two-tier Kia that the EDL disbanded a decade ago. It hasn't been here for a decade. No one in MI5 reminded him that, 90% of the people that are watching on the terror watch list, well, they follow Islam.
I am worried about the rise of far right. We can see what's happening in Germany with the recent elections, see what's happening in France and other countries. And I'm worried about the far right because it's the sort of snake oil of the easy answer. I utterly condemn the far right thuggery we've seen this weekend. This is not a protest. It is organised, violent thuggery. And it has no place on our streets. Mindless minority of thugs who thought that they could get away with causing chaos.
But this deception is not without consequence, Kia.
The following will not be televised.
Community leaders have been speaking to the police as well because I think, apologies for the language you're hearing, but I said
the smashing of the people's cars.
Fucking nuts. I don't know, so a car, I assume, the people in it, and they assume that they were EDL, apparently, I'm not sure. That's why they were...
Kia, you brought violent Muslim militias out on the streets. You lied to them. You created this facade of this far-right English Defence League roaming the streets. But at least people can see that there's a militia there waiting now.
He has caused this divide between everyone. He is labelled as ADL, far-right racists. But I think people are angry, and it's all down to Keir Starmer because he hasn't addressed why people are angry, why people are taking to the streets with such anger, and then this poor lasses with someone's babies, and I think that's why people are voting. It could have happened at our kids.
And anyone who is even remotely concerned about mass immigration and its impact on our way of life, will channeling Naz Sharp's retweet, we'd all better shut up for the sake of diversity. Of course, the media clapped along with all this. They know there's no far right. They also know there's no EDL. Or maybe they're talking about those thugs who gathered in Trafalgar Square on July the 27th. Deflecting works, of course. Before the population would blink, and without them even realising, the headlines and the news were all focused on the imaginary monster, the imaginary far right. And everyone had stopped talking about the slaughter of innocent kids. It hasn't been mentioned again. It was totally forgotten. It was a successful government ploy. For me personally, they're working to blame me for the trouble.
Well, what we've heard you from a lot of the far-right figures is that these protests that we've been seeing over the last week are not about extremists, they're about ordinary people just having their say. Here's an example, and it's not the only one, from the man known as Tommy Robinson.
And probably the most influential instigator of all is Tommy Robinson.
For this to be hijacked by people lying on sunbeds in Cyprus.
It's been coordinated by a man. It's been just like England.
English defence.
So here's a question for the Labour Party in both in Scotland and England. Let's actually have a wee look at this, see if I can get this up.
Marx advocated for genocide.
Here it is here. So, I'll show you in a minute.
I don't think many people know that only socialists publicly advocated genocide in the 19th, 20th centuries. I think that's a very little known fact, and it seems shocking. You mentioned it. I've lectured on it here and in other universities, and it's always greeted with a sense of shock. It first appeared in January 1849 in Marx's journal, Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Engels wrote of how the class war in Marxian terms means that when socialist revolution happens, the class war happens, there will be primitive societies in Europe 2 stages behind, because they're not even capitalist yet. And he had in mind the Basques and the Bretons and the Scottish Highlanders.
So he wanted, so this German Jew wanted, or German, Engels was a German, wanted to exterminate the indigenous populations of the UK, the Britons, the Basques, the Celts. He wanted to exterminate them because he said we were 2 reasons behind, and this scumbag Keir Starmer is on board with this.
And the Serbs and He calls them racial trash. Abfälle, racial trash. And they will have to be destroyed because being 2 stages behind in the historical struggle, it will be impossible to bring them up to the point of being revolutionary.
It's like about the vulgarity and dirtiness of Slavic people, you see. And he thinks, for instance, that Poland had Poland has no reason to exist.
The classes and the races, too weak to master the new conditions of life.
I think this was Engels that said this, not Marx.
Must give way. They must perish in the revolutionary Holocaust. Karl Marx.
Marx began it, he was the ancestor.
Don't forget Hitler was a communist as well, so he probably came out of the genocidal Marxist school.
Of a modern political genocide, and I don't know that any European thinker of the modern period before Marx and Engels ever publicly advocated racial extermination. I can't find anything earlier, so I presume it starts with them.
I don't know who this guy is. I'd love to see the full. This is only 5 minutes. There's an 8-minute episode of this as well, but I don't know where this is from.
The teachings of Marx and Engels were carefully studied by Lenin, the man who established the first Marxist country on earth. 1 year after Lenin's death in 1924, the New York Times published a small article, which at the time went almost unnoticed.
And don't forget to go on YouTube, go into Tick History, T-I-K History, and it'll show you that Hitler was a communist in 1919 under a Jewish leader who he was at his funeral at.
It was about some newly established party in Germany. The National Socialist Labour Party, of which Adolf Hitler is patron and father, persists in believing that Lenin and Hitler can be compared. Who's speaking? A certain Dr. Goebbels. On the speaker's assertion that Lenin was the greatest man, second only to Hitler, and that the difference between communism and the Hitler faith was very slight, a faction war opened with whizzing beer glasses. Amazing. The future Nazi propaganda minister Goebbels was openly declaring that the difference between Lenin's communism and the Hitler faith was very slight. As we read, it didn't go down well with potential voters, so the Nazis changed their tactics. Their early campaign posters quietly disappeared. They never again publicly stressed their resemblance to communists. In the inner circle, however, the Nazis and Hitler were more outspoken.
Hitler often said that he had learnt a great deal from Marxism, from reading Marx, I mean. The whole of National Socialism is based upon it, he said. Meaning
the whole of National Socialism is based upon Marx, which would mean that it was a far left ideology, not far right.
Doctrinally based.
So these are communist flags.
People keep forgetting that Nazi regime in Germany was also socialist. It was, they officially were called National Socialist Workers' Party. So it's a branch of socialism. The Soviets were international socialists, and those were, in Germany, national socialists. So it's the same thing in reality, only slightly different interpretation.
And I've been trying to get Carol Benjamin to do the thing about the Nazballs, which is, there is a hybrid of an ideology and a schism of an ideology. We'll get into that more later on. But there's a a hybrid which is Nazballs and a schism, like Maoism is a schism of Marxism, or Stalinism is a schism of Marxism. So
Shalom everyone, my name is Eris Soref, I'm the president of One for Israel.
These are there, but the New Labour came out of a...
So this is on John Anderson.
Strand of politics called Eurocommunism, which was the complete revision of the left in Europe after 1968. And two things happened. Colossal things happened in 1968, which I remember very clearly. The first was the May events in Paris, which were actually a sort of the politicization of sex and drugs and rock and roll, the beginning of Cultural Revolution. Fundamentally, the origins of the 68 events in Paris were actually about sex, about male access to female dormitories at the Nanterre branch of the University of Paris, believe it or not. But that's, you could, it was wordless in a way. You heard the shouts and you saw the cobblestones flying and the clever little slogans and the posters, but it was almost unstated what it was about. But it was really it was a cultural revolution. And then later in that same year, the much grimmer, much more ferocious, much more significant to me, rolling of the Warsaw Pact tanks into Prague and the crushing of a very rather naive. Extremely modest attempt by Alexander Dubček to alter Soviet-style communism into something more intelligent. And that was the thing which made many people on the left in Europe who had previously been sympathetic or at least defensive towards Moscow revolt. It was what Dubček was doing was intelligent or appeared to be intelligent, and they sent tanks in to crush intelligence. And the left began to think we can't go on with this, and that was the death, really, of the old Soviet communism.
But this is not. Correct. What it's done is morphed and metastasized into Keir Starmer now being in charge of the UK.
The old belief in nationalising everything and the old belief of the total Soviet state, and the left began to look for other solutions. And that current found its way into Britain, oddly enough, through the theoretical magazine of Blairism in the 90s was a magazine called Marxism Today, which was actually an official journal of the British Communist Party. But it was so Euro-communist in terms of being, let's say, culturally and morally left, that it didn't look like a communist magazine at all. And then this was also the moment at which my generation, the 60s, early 70s student generation, who'd been on our long march to the institutions ever since really 68, were beginning to rise to positions of prominence in the professions we'd adopted. So the whole country was ready for a government with much, much more left-wing instincts, but not the instincts of the old Soviet Union, of the ghastly men in suits and trilby hats who stood on Lenin's tomb, but the instincts of anti-colonialism, the instincts of sexual revolution, the instincts of moral revolution, the things which would become the Green Movement. These were the things.
Cultural Marxism.
Which came to power in Britain in 1997. And I think Keir Starmer comes very much from that tradition. Any government with radical intentions will try to be...
Keir Starmer falls very much into that tradition. how young Just make it slightly less. Reject and purchase mail censor. So we obviously can't see that. It's how young Keir Starmer ended up a communist. This is pressreader.com. How young Keir Starmer ended up in a communist spy files. Keir Starmer appears in communist spy files after joining a Chechen work camp at the height of the Cold War, the Mail reveals. From Tom Kelly, investigations editor of 17 mostly students from around the globe in 1986, the scheme behind the Iron Curtain to restore a memorial to victims of Nazi atrocities. But while the volunteers had noble intentions, unbeknown to them, the event was being monitored by those with far more sinister motives. Sir Keir Starmer, full name, date and place of birth, passport number and family address are listed among other international work camp participants in a dossier discovered by the Mail into Foreign Intelligence main doctrine operative files section of the Czechoslovakian secret activities. His visa application, including passport photo and handwritten personal details, are kept in a separate section of the Czech Cold War State Security Services archives. Files marked top secret from a previous international work camp in Prague in 1982 show it was overseen by ruthless Czech STB spy agency as part of a wide-ranging and far-reaching active measure, emphasis for black operatives and disinformation campaign to undermine NATO. The secret police also planted a spy posing as a camp supervisor among the foreign students in 1982 to produce a classified dossier profiling the visitors, which earmarked some for further exploration who could potentially be used in the future. The files for Sir Keir Starmer's camp do not specify whether the secret police plan to use the information they harvested for him and others, but security experts said that they also appear to be gathering intelligence about young high flyers in Western countries for potential long-term use, as well as the now Labour leader, other members of his brigade who also came from the United States, West Germany, Denmark, Spain, Finland and the Netherlands, France, Czechoslovakia, including one who later, his youthful idealism, worked in a senior role in the European Commission. I don't think so. Worked in a senior role in the so some communists in the senior roles in the European Commission, and other who became a partner in a city law firm. Sir Keir had just completed a postgraduate law degree at Oxford University and was about to embark on his barrister training when he arrived for 2-week camp at the Czech-German border town of Cheb on August 16, 1986, according to stamps on his visa. I mean, he even looks a bit gay there, doesn't he? He looks a bit, oh, hi there sailor. The group was based in Ladis, a village 12 miles outside Prague, which the Nazis destroyed in 1942, killing more than 300 civilians in revenge for Czech resistance fighters, assassinating SS chief and Holocaust architect re-inherit something. So both communists and the Nazis, or the National Socialists, two left-wing ideologies fighting against each other. Fellow camp participant Limber Parim, the young police officer working in Denmark, told the Mail that the group stayed in military tents with primitive facilities. Almost 4 decades on, she has fond memories of the trip and Sir Keir. She said he was very caring about everybody. He was definitely a hard-working communist guy and always looked for the best solutions for everybody. Well, that's not gone over to now that he's the leader of the UK. Keir Starmer's revolutionary past that gives lie he is a moderate. And that was, people weren't paying attention to how far left Keir Starmer was. No wonder he was in bed with Jeremy Corbyn. Peter Hitchens, revolutionary communist past that gives the lie to the notion Keir Starmer is a harmless moderate. So let's see what the Labour Party have put up.
Keir Starmer was in USSR as a communist.
So, statue to Frederick Engels. So, the Labour Party in Manchester have put a statue up to a guy that advocated genocide, which we've just seen proven, advocated genocide against the indigenous Celts in this country. The Britons, the Scots, Irish, all the indigenous populations by this chairman. Obviously Engels not being a British name, and now the communists of the Manchester Labour Party have put a statue up to a guy who murdered his ideology, him and Marx's racist ideology, murdered 100 million people throughout Europe. And Manchester and the commie scum of Manchester have put a statue up to this guy who advocated genocide in the Scots. And now in Glasgow there was a whole bunch of Islamists and Marxists at the other side who were complaining, calling people racist, Nazis and fascists, who were supporting an ideology that murdered more people than the Nazis and actual fascists, which my family fought against. My great uncle was at Nijmegen. My family were in Clydebank getting blown up by the Nazis. Obviously Glasgow was the port that was developing all the shipping, all in the worldwide shipping, or the military shipping. At that point, not all of it, but certainly a substantial amount of it. And the people in governing Clydebank were getting blown up by the Nazis. And then a whole bunch of communists in Glasgow, just when I was taping it, who support this, which have murdered more people than the Nazis, although the Nazis came from the communists. Manchester Labour Party have put up a statue to a guy whose ideology murdered 100 million people. That's the Labour Party, the communist scum in the Labour Party. And they put up this statue who advocated genociding the Scots, yet there are Scots who still follow this ideology. It's obviously self-hating Scots, because I'm talking about Scots as an ethnic group, not the Celtic Britons who were the original inhabitants of what is now called Scotland. So we've just seen it, and we've seen, because Peter Hitchens and Christopher Hitchens were communists. He was a Trotsky, and that's why he knows that Poofy Keir Starmer was a Trotsky.
Careful in its first term and save its biggest events for the second. I mean, the major redistribution of the Blair government came in the second term. The Equality Act, which was the great social and moral revolutionary action of the Blair government, wasn't actually passed till 2010, just before they left office. So a lot of the stuff was kept till later. And indeed, the major constitutional change, the creation of the Supreme Court and the Judicial Appointments Commission, which totally revolutionized the judiciary and the way in which the law operates, were late flowering things. So we can probably expect that this time. There is also a major constitutional plan, which Gordon Brown, the former Prime Minister, and Keir Starmer jointly launched actually in 2022, which is fascinating and complex, but which would make a lot of the constitutional changes up till now irreversible, and actually suck an enormous amount of power out of the House of Commons, permanently, and these are there, but they're very faintly mentioned in the Labour manifesto for this last election. So they may again be a second-term project with other things between now and then. I can't tell that. They wouldn't tell me.
Well, joining me now is somebody who is not exactly a Labour supporter, but nonetheless somebody who's opposed most Conservative leaders since Ian Duncan Smith. And that's Peter Hitchens from the Mail on Sunday. Peter, thanks for joining me. Now, you seem, normally you're leading the charge of despair against the Conservatives, but you seem to be more worried about Keir Starmer's Labour Party than almost Jeremy Corbyn's.
Look, if you want to have a quick chorus, if you hate the Tory party, clap your hands. I'll cheerfully lead it or join in. I still loathe the Tory party. But there are moments when you want to have it destroyed and thrown in the bin and carted away, and moments when actually it might be sensible to hang on. This is one of those moments. The Starmer Labour Party is very similar in character to the Blair Labour Party of 1997. You can tell just by looking at it that it has an enormous amount of menacing things in its mind to do.
Such as?
You don't know what they are. Because, well, look, think three things that the Blair government did within pretty much weeks of coming to office. Bank of England independence, the colossal raid on the pension funds, and the appointment of Alistair Campbell and Jonathan Powell to give orders to civil servants in breach of the Constitution.
Were they really calamities? Every major G7 economy in the world has got Bank of England, central bank independence, a personnel special advisor, number 10. You're really saying the Blair government was the first Blair government?
The appointment of Alistair Campbell to give orders to civil servants without responsibility to Parliament was a political revolution. And it's done immense and lasting damage to the neutrality of the civil service. Bank of England independence takes away government control from one of the most key decisions any government can take on interest rates. It's absurd. And the raid on pension funds, I think anybody who was remotely affected by it must recognise it was basically disastrous for the pension system, and also straightforward political robbery of people who'd saved all their lives to look after themselves in retirement.
I'm not going to make it defensible.
All indefensible. The thing was that indefensible as they were also not announced. They just did them. And I see absolutely no reason to believe why a Starmer government won't do things of that nature as well. I wrote this morning about their constitutional plans, which nobody's interested in at all, but which are enormous and all-embracing.
Right, but you make, first of all, there's not a government in history that hasn't done more than it says in the manifesto. The manifesto is a basic. The idea of a manifesto is
Sorry, I was looking for something there where he actually came out and said that he was a communist. Here it is.
Struck, and what remain
is columnist for the Mail on Sunday, but also matters, as you put. We are recording this exactly a month to go before the general election. If there was some kind of, sort of people sitting here saying, what should we do, Peter? What should they do?
Well, my simple, absolutely incredibly simple rule is vote against Starmer and his party.
So this is from the New Culture Forum?
Whatever the arrangement is, if you can. If you live in a constituency where your vote counts. I personally, I've put that in because I personally live in a constituency where my vote would make no possible difference because it's a safe Labour seat. But if you live in a constituency where your vote counts, whatever you do...
You still need to go out and vote against them. Momentum always counts in politics.
Do what you can to prevent a victory by Starmer's Labour Party. That would be my absolute rule.
So won't that mean for a lot of people voting for the Tory party?
No, it doesn't mean voting for anybody. I think people have to master the fact that in this country now, where we have not for many years been presented with parties which have any interest in what we think or feel, you must learn to vote against. And often in voting against, you'll find yourself giving your vote to a party you might well despise, as I despise the Conservatives.
I know that when we've talked before, and you've written obviously a lot about it, For you, the year with the Conservatives was about 2010, wasn't it? That was the last time that you thought it was...
No, I go back further than that. I began to develop my dislike for the Conservative Party around the time of the defenestration of Ian Duncan Smith. It wasn't that I thought Ian Duncan Smith was a good leader. I don't think he was. He was a terrible leader. But the way in which he was removed and the purpose of his removal and what seemed to me to be the collaboration between the left-wing media classes and a large part of the Conservative Party.
Yeah, that's because the media shills are controlled by a small group of people who are not oligarchs, but people who are oligarchs. The people are controlling the media, and some of them aren't even British.
In removing him,
but they like the left wing of the globalists and the Conservative Party are on the Davos agenda.
The subsequent coronation of Michael Howard was an extraordinary event, and it persuaded me that the certain positions simply were not allowed to be represented in British democratic politics anymore.
Yeah, so anybody that doesn't want the globalist agenda is going to be there's going to be problems for. So let's where was I? Was that it?
You lovely people, and there's lots of you. If you can see what I'm seeing, the crowds go back and back and back, and we have a young, up-and-coming politician that gets stick at school, labelled, stigma, far right, the usual trap. And it'll be nice actually when he gets up here, because he can see.
He is called.
Heard you from a lot of the far-right figures.
You facilitated.
Was set on fire by a large crowd.
And we thought everything was fine, because obviously Jack didn't do nothing violent at all. And then that's when, exactly a week later, the police had knocked on the door, and then that's when he got arrested.
So they started putting the door through. My little girl was screaming in the gardens. Screaming in the gardens, you know.
To answer that question, I want to take a moment to help Kia and his cabal evaporate our cheeks. Because he seems to know there are troubles, he admits it. There's troubles on our streets. I fear he may have misdiagnosed the cause.
Well, it was publicised as being a protest against the lack of government action to deal with the increasing amount of stabbings and knife crime across the country, but in particular against the awful, atrocious, horrific, brutal murder of the 3 primary school age girls in Southport in their playgroup, which, like I think so many other people, I was incredibly upset and distraught about that. And I went there in that spirit. Intending to attend, and did attend, a peaceful protest. 8:45 in the evening, the police, the riot police, decided to just charge on the crowd. There was absolutely no forewarning, there was no announcement by the police, like on a megaphone or anything like that, to say, can you clear the area, can you move, because...
But this doesn't happen in the Palestinian marches, does it?
We didn't start arresting people, they didn't do that, they just started arresting people completely out of the blue, suddenly, without any notice whatsoever. And I turned around and I saw a police officer arresting someone, and then a police officer came towards me and arrested me, and I was handcuffed. I was handcuffed behind my back.
So you were arrested for standing in the street?
Basically, yeah. Well, absolutely, that was it. That was why I was arrested. And I did nothing, didn't resist arrest.
He's just arresting people for no reason.
I think this has been going on for a long time, with escalating concerns over rampant knife crime and stabbings and violence by some of the migrants and asylum seekers that is not being covered by the press at all because it doesn't fit their narrative. Censorship, fear and intimidation is the tactics of a dictatorship. It's the same as any dictatorial regime in the world. If you look at Venezuela, what's been happening there, the way they control their population, they send people to prison because of their political beliefs. This government isn't acting any differently from that. It may not be as extreme, as that, but they're certainly headed in that direction.
We already know people are angry about the authorities covering up years and years of child rape gangs, mainly Pakistani Muslims. They're angry about two-tier policing. They're angry about politicised judges. They are angry when they see the police cowering before Islam in the name of diversity. Let's have a look at what else is going on.
Some of them, they're not screaming. It's like they wanted to be raped, you see. She also claims you see no more
like
crying.
She's enjoying it, even though she isn't, but it's like she's enjoying it.
What about the consequences of what you're doing in terms of how that affects the person that's raped?
Yeah, the consequences, we look at that all the time, because it happens, she might scream, people might wake up. A lot of people, especially.
I'm not just talking about, I'm talking about the emotional effect, the physical effect it has on
we might rape her and wake up tomorrow with viruses ourselves, like HIV,
What about regretting what you've done to the girl? I also do regret about it, because if she fell pregnant, what will be that baby's father? Who will be that baby's father? But what about her personal feelings?
That's right. All over the country, unchecked migrants are raping and killing. And more unchecked migrants arrive every single day. Maybe this is a reason people are angry. Let's have a look at the rape statistics for the UK. Yeah, we're the rape capital of Europe. Might be a reason people are angry. Wasting money, killing pensioners.
Some breaking news from Ireland, actually. Channel migrant arrivals surged by 43%. That's from our Home and Security Editor, Mark White. That's after 442 small boats crossed the channel yesterday on Easter Sunday. That now brings the total for this year of 5,435 channel crossings since the beginning of the year. That's well in excess of the 3,790 odd who crossed the channel by small boat at this point in 2023.
We're getting daily updates of the numbers during the COVID pandemic. And actually, that's an astonishing amount. Over 440 boats yesterday. The weather's calmer at the moment, a little bit calmer. This is only going to increase over the summer.
There are 1.7 million. That's a combined population of Glasgow, Cardiff and Nottingham. There are 1.7 million who are unemployed. They're not even looking for work. They're costing you and I, the taxpayer, £8.5 billion a year. That's the equivalent to a winter fuel allowance of £708 per year for every pension in this country. That might be a reason people are angry. Paedophile migrants. What about this?
You have been talking very graphically to some 13-year-old girls. How long have you been in the UK? 2 months. You should set our ages. Do you want to see my dick? Yeah, do you want to taste it? You're asking other people's children to send them pictures of themselves.
You facilitated a meeting with a child for sex, didn't you? 13 years of age loss. You sent her pictures of your penis. Yes?
No me.
Not you. Who?
No me.
Who?
I don't know.
Off your phone.
I speak English.
Do you not speak English, right?
How long has been in the contract? Let's not forget that. I think 3 months. 3 months? You won't read that. Do you think it's okay to say that you want to meet and kiss a child's Muslim? Do you? You want to get a child to your house, a 14-year-old girl, you want to rape and abuse.
You'd think they'd be on their best behaviour, but they're busy online grooming young children to rape within weeks or days of being in our country.
Kids were getting filmed by them from the residents that live in the Darsby. Family members had rang the police and stuff. The police had come, they'd move them on, wouldn't take the phones or anything off them. People were getting followed from the Aldi by the illegal immigrants that are supposedly living in the Darsby Hotel. But they're saying that there's no men or anything in the hotel, it's just all women and children.
Okay.
But,
have you ever seen any men?
Yeah, but the whole of our area know that there's these men in there?
There's, for many years, been a lot of complaints about the hotel, about the immigrants that are staying there. There's the crime rate. There's also been reports that children as young as 12, 13 and 14 have been getting followed and harassed. What do you think to that?
I was talking to a couple of ladies there who were telling me that a daughter had been exposed and one were having a pee in bush around the lake, and it was showing his bits to a 6-year-old daughter. She reported it, nothing got done about it. Another lady who was speaking to her daughter actually worked in the hotel, and they used to follow her home every night.
That might be a reason people are angry. And you get locked up for tweets. If you object to any of this and speak out online in anger or with humour.
I was upstairs doing some work up in the attic's loft space in the house, and I had a massive bang. This was about an hour later. A massive bang, and I was like, what's that? So I started coming down the staircase from the loft, and another big bang. That was in the door, flew up, and all these police came walking up the stairs with the taser out. Yeah, they used one of them big battering ram things that absolutely destroyed the door. And they came running up the stairs, one with a taser out, hands behind your back, blah blah blah. And so I went with them. As I walked outside, there was about 8 or 9 coppers. They were everywhere. The warrant was for inciting racial hate on social media. I actually thought I'd walk into court, you would get laughed at, and I would come back, I'd be back out of court. I spoke to the duty solicitor, and then he told me, you are guilty though, Lee. You're guilty of sharing these pictures on your social media, so you are guilty. So I advise you to plead guilty to what they're saying to you in court today. I'm like, but I haven't done anything, it's no crime. And he's like, you're guilty of sharing these pictures.
So get straight. You served 4 weeks in prison for sharing 3 memes.
Yeah, that weren't even illegal. I hadn't even broke the law. It turns out now that I haven't even broke the law. Had a good job, good woman.
Do you think you'll ever get a good job like that back?
No, definitely not. No, I've got this on my record now, haven't I? I'll be lucky if I even get clearance and get my vetting back for the job that I didn't do.
The government is imprisoning people for their tweets. That might be another reason people are angry.
Our prisons are on the point of collapse. So today, a new announcement that come September, thousands of prisoners can leave jail earlier than they would have otherwise.
Well, they can't lock up these angry tweeters because the prisons are full. So they have to release thousands of prisoners early. That might be a reason people are angry. And he's made space in the jail. Not enough space for the BBC's latest paedophile superstar, Hugh Edwards. Busy buying photos of children as young as 7 being raped. Doesn't spend a minute in jail. The judge was concerned about what might happen to him on the inside. He should be. But no such concern shown for the right-thinking people of Britain tweeting their disgust at successive government's failures. Every time knows once you have created your imaginary enemy, you need to instill fear in those in the population who are gullible enough to trust you. The number of people who still trust you...
So I'm going to show you where the word racist, again, it's a communist word from actually Trotsky.
Engels' statue to Engels.
Now, Trotsky was a mass murderer in his own right, who eventually got taken out. From, oh, for goodness sake,
Aries.
Trotsky. Here is here history. Was the word racist coined by Engels? Was the word racist coined by Engels? So again, communist links. In 1932 and 1938, an adjective form racism is first attested 1936 from French racism in 1935, originally in the context of Nazi theory, but they replaced early words racializing in 1871 and racialist in 1917. Both were often used earlier in Britain and South Africa context. In the US, race hatred, race prejudice have been used, and especially in 19C political context. Oh, don't mind that. So online etymology dictionary doesn't mention that Trotsky coined the phrase in 1927. I know he obviously publicised it. So Trotsky was the person that made up this mass murdering communist Jew. Was the first person to use the word racist, so it's been used to browbeat everybody ever since. But racism is only an anti-white definition. It's not a definition for anybody else. It's just a way of browbeating white people.
I mean, give me their phone number, give me their email. I mean, the fellow who's associated with most is on a sunbed in Cyprus.
Screaming in the guards, must be neighbour, took him away. So I asked him to stop beating the door down and asked him what to do.
Out insane. Do you think he should be deported? Yeah.
Give me their phone.
His mum, she's 68 years old. I pushed her over, tramped.
Yes, then you would be.
No name, not yet. No name.
Sharing this.
Nick Lowell thought it was clever and the lie was funny. Of children as young as 7 being raped. Doesn't spend a minute in jail. The judge was concerned about what might happen to him on the inside. He should be. But no such concern shown for the right-thinking people of Britain tweeting their disgust at successive government failures. Every time knows once you have created your imaginary enemy, you need to instill fear in those in the population who are gullible enough to trust you. The number of people who still trust you and your government, Keir, is falling very fast.
Sir Keir Starmer's approval rating has plummeted to its lowest level on record amid a growing cronyism scandal. The new poll shows almost 2/3 of voters think the government is more interested in serving its own interests than those of ordinary people.
All people trust us, mate. I know he's watching it, which is great. And so, in collusion with far-left activists like Nick Lowell of Hope Not Hate and its cabal of...
He's also a communist as well, supported by the British state, including the Conservative Party. You can't just change from SNP. They're all of these higher ups, including the Conservative Party, are either quasi-aligned or aligned with the globalists and the underlying communist agenda.
Hope Not Hate. It's a good name, Hope Not Hate. But they appear to me to be driven by hate, not hope. When in collusion with them and the legacy media, the story is pushed that 100 riots are planned across the country. That's all a lie.
And this was one of the potential protest sites for the far right on that list that was circulated on Telegram.
Of course it was a lie. There was no riots planned. 100 demonstrations weren't even planned. Nick Lowell thought it was clever and the lie was funny. The government knew it was a lie. Hope Not Hate knew it was a lie. The papers knew it was a lie. We didn't stop to consider whether it might be. But the lie was not without consequence. I'm sure the police will be all over those machete.
So how many of these people were actually caught and put in jail? Because that's actually more serious than tweets. That's actually a mass number of people beating up one individual. So how many of these people were actually arrested by the filthy commie scum of the Labour Party?
Wielding thugs.
I mean, we didn't put the others that came out with machetes, knives, masks up. What happened to them? There's no, they're not in the paper addressed as racist thugs. It's just they portray us to be bad people.
Yeah, so the word racist has just been used to attack the indigenous population by commie scum poofy prick Keir Starmer.
Tweeting about this. See, that wasn't true either. That stirred up racial hatred.
So he should definitely be in jail then. Why is this commie not in jail? Because Keir Starmer's a commie and he's a part of the state apparatchik. Hate Not Hope boss apparently stimulated this lie acid attack on Muslim women, which we already know that Muslim men have been acid attacking people in the UK as well. So why is he not in jail? He should be definitely looking about 10 years.
We were born here, we are Muslims, we will stand here, we will fight against EDL, we will fight our plan. Our Indian Muslim sisters against acid attack, must get breaking, everyone should be here, fuck the EDL.
The top tier of Labour MPs and support resigned after that tweet. But hope the hate is still a Labour-controlled disinformation. By the way, Mark Barry, if you're still in the police when this film goes out, when are you going to arrest Comrade Lowles for spreading false rumours and inciting racial hatred? So Lowles doesn't get arrested for his lies. The Bernadette spot.
So let's have a wee look at this.
The word racist came from Trotsky.
Well, here we go. So at least 65 million people have died under communism. So that's many more times than under National Socialism, both far left ideologies, which Keir Starmer, trying to be all virtuous, doesn't care because he obviously knows this. Over the past centuries, not just in Russia, but also in Eastern Europe, Africa and China. 94 million deaths in China, the Soviet Union, North Korea, Afghanistan and Eastern Europe surpassed the 28 million deaths under fascist regimes during the same period. So we have now got a communist in charge of Britain that's supporting Islamists. Mass killings under the communist regimes occurred through a variety of means during the 20th century, including executions, famines, deaths through forced labour, deportation, starvation, imprisonment. So, well, the starvation must have been horrendous. I think in Ukraine they were eating their own family members. Some of these events have been classified as genocides, or genocides, so back to the original genocidal intents of Marx and Engels, which the Labour Party have put a statue up in Manchester for. Crimes against humanity. Other terms have been used to describe these events, including classicide, that's a great name. Democide, Red Holocaust and Politicide. The mass killings, which he's doing here, which Mark Lynch is just a product of, but obviously we've seen people getting beaten and people, I don't know if anybody's been arrested. The mass killings have been studied by authors and academics, and several of the postulated the potential causes of these killings, along with the factors which were associated with them. Some authors have tabulated a total death toll consisting of all the excess deaths which cumulatively occurred under the regime of communist states. Let's see if it's actually giving us a... So I'll let you read that for yourselves. Estimates ranging from lows to 10 to 20 million, as high as 148 million. And this is what we've got in the UK, a communist now governance.
A Cheshire businesswoman
who sent an erroneous tweet about the Southport murderer. She was arrested. She was held overnight. They're not released, but she was bailed pending further inquiries, which have since been cleared.
I have expressed my own views on the state of the country and its failure to protect innocent citizens, and that is still legal. But it's very clear that a vocal part of our society wants the opinions of ordinary people like you and like me suppressed. They say they support free speech, but they mean only the speech they agree with. They say they support dialogue, but only the dialogue that agrees with their worldview. And they say they want equality, but they don't mean for people...
What are you guys saying? Are you guys here? Is anybody here? Oh, yeah, somebody's good. Haha, you're here. What's going on? Let me read out. So, Sir Jimmy Stammer. That's brilliant. Exactly 100% Stammer for prison 2024. Brilliant, mate. Yes, I was looking into the far left in deep in history. More the most. No, yeah, mate. He was in the show where he spent a few weeks in prison. He was in a show where he spent a few weeks in prison, was he? Tommy Truth, yeah. Good to see you guys.
You think differently to them.
Now, we've had nearly a year of violent anti-Semitic hate marches.
Don't forget, the Islamists are anti-Semitic, the Communists are anti-Semitic, and the Nazis are anti-Semitic. Obviously, the Nazis are coming out of Marxism.
On the streets of Britain.
Even though Engels, Marx was of Jewish lineage, he seemed to be quite anti-Semitic as well as genocidal.
The legacy media describes them as largely peaceful. Citizen journalist footage suggests that's a lie.
The only solution is jihad by the armies of the Muslim country.
Listen carefully to what this guy here in the blue video says in a moment. Did you hear that? We are ready to kill you all, is what the man said. Let's have a listen to the rest of it. Take a look at how the police respond. The police stand there and do absolutely nothing.
You are racist, all of you. Take your hand. Don't do that. Don't do that for me. You are
So you can see them just deliberately letting that do it. It's probably done by Sadiq Khan, the wee Islamist prick. So they're just letting the Muslims run wild and not doing anything about it. So they'll probably get orders to actually allow this to happen. None of these guys should have their face covered. Why they should be arrested for having or it should be illegal to have their face covered. So they should just get automatically arrested. You should have a legislation to stop people covering their faces, because obviously they're up to no good. Rape Jews, what does it say? I can't even say it. Rape their daughters, not like the Islamists to want to do that, is it?
Hamas marches were largely peaceful, just like this was a largely peaceful social services calling in Nice.
Jesus. Can I ask us?
That's the police running away from Romani gypsies and Pakistani rioters in Hare Hills, Leeds after a social services call turned violent. The Hamas marches were largely peaceful, just like this was a largely peaceful chat between armed police at Manchester Airport and a largely peaceful Muslim family. By the way, these men they were released without charge when a baying mob of Muslims turned up at Rochdale police station demanding their release.
Immediately, every one of them officers needs to be arrested immediately. If not, then we will go to Plan B and you will see big protests, I promise you. Protests like you've never seen before.
The Muslims demanded the police are suspended. And guess what? They were. The police suspended. And the cowering police are now focused on finding the person who leaked the CCTV footage. Total insanity. Have the Islamic thugs who battered the police on camera, have they been charged yet? No, they haven't. And yeah, the Hamas marches were largely peaceful, just like the Notting Hill Carnival was largely peaceful. Here's the legacy leaders' headline on that.
Last hour, they've given us an update that they've made 38 arrests and recovered 4 knives. And they said a man believed to be in his 20s has been stabbed. His injuries are not life-threatening. But overall, it's been a really peaceful and enjoyable day.
So, no swift justice for the Hamas riders, for the Leeds riders, Manchester Airport thugs, or Nick Knowles. I wonder why. And no swift justice for the killers of Notting Hill Carnival. That was just a cultural celebration, of course. So we know the police treat different groups differently. No credible commentator would dispute it.
In 2020, we had Black Lives Matter protests during COVID. During COVID lockdowns. Sir Keir Starmer, now our Prime Minister, rushed to take the knee to express his solidarity with Black Lives Matter after they'd already injured 30 police officers during their protests, after they'd broken the law with the COVID lockdowns. And Keir Starmer rushed to take the knee. He said, there are legitimate grievances here. This is about racial injustice, because rioting, on the left, remember, is the voice of the unheard. This time around, the same Keir Starmer, despite us seeing videos on social media of Muslim gangs beating up white British kids on the street, walking around with knives and machetes, this time around Keir Starmer said, this is all far right, this is not legitimate, it's criminality, get these people into prison as quickly as possible. There was no discussion of legitimate grievances, there was no discussion of legitimate protests.
Now Tuti Kia appears to have ordered the stormtroopers to grab and arrest anyone, literally anyone, who protests or tweets against the government and what it's doing. Obviously except for Hamas-loving protesters, anti-Semites, members of the Muslim militia. None of them.
This is the moment police raid the home of a mother and a son suspected of violent disorder in Middlesbrough.
You're involved in disorder on that day, we will identify you, we will arrest you, and we will put you before the court.
National figures show 1,165 people arrested, 703 charged. Those figures, again, will increase.
Have the police made any high-quality videos of them arresting Muslims carrying machetes in the streets? Or men fighting with knives and machetes in our parks? Or a single grooming gang that raped children? No, they haven't. They saved their high-quality videos for people saying mean words on Twitter.
We do have dedicated police officers who are scouring social media. Their job is to look for this material and then follow up with identification and arrest.
But the UK actually has a massive force of police officers scouring the internet for any repost, retweet, or original content that could theoretically incite whatever the government deems to be racial hatred. And if you engage with or repost that content, you are deemed so dangerous for society that they will arrest and prosecute you.
So this is another man being sentenced to prison for a Facebook post that he made. And in this video, the judge tells you what he posted and how long he's been in prison. And I'll let you make your own mind up. Have a look at this.
He went on to say that you did not want your money going to immigrants who, quote, rape our kids and get priority. Given life of riding, off the tax us hard-working people earn when it could be put to better use. Come over here with no work visa, no trade to their name, and sit down and DOS. And then there's more people being put out homeless each year. They get top-bound priority on housing and many more reasons. This offence is so serious that an immediate custodial sentence is unavoidable. The sentence that I cast has been reduced by 1/3 to reflect your guilty plea. The sentence is worth 20 months imprisonment.
Every tyrant knows you can't run a totalitarian state unless the judges do what you tell them to. In Russia, North Korea, they're awarded Dacus. Second homes in the countryside. In England, you get honours for doing what you're told. Honours.
Let's be very clear. This has not been about protest. This has been about violence and thuggery.
Bewildered Yvette, tough on crime, tough on imaginary crime. Her message to the judges was clear. People who tweet dissent, they're criminals. That's what she said, judged before any trial. And those judges have been busy.
You have brought shame on yourself and the town of which you are a resident. You must be punished for what you did. The only mitigation, as I have indicated, is your guilty plea. Accordingly, the sentence is reduced to one of 2 years and 8 months imprisonment. I appreciate that will fall hard upon you as a senior citizen.
Most of these cases that I've been reading about, for example, the case of this poor man, David Springer, a 61-year-old who's been working as a train driver for 42 years, who's now taking care of his sick wife, who has been sentenced to jail because they wanted to make a sacrificial lamb out of him. They wanted to set an example to the rest of the UK, and that message was very clear. That message was, you don't get to disagree with us. You don't get to be present at these protests, because David Springer did absolutely nothing. And we have video footage of that. He was there. He, according to the reports, maybe shouted something at the police, well, boo-hoo. Is that worth 18 months in jail? A mother of 5 being sent to 26 months in jail because she threw a can at the police? Is that proportionate? A man online who committed the crime of, according to the government, inciting racial hatred because he posted one post on Facebook? Is that proportionate?
That's right. Bang. You're inside serving years. And let's take another look at some of the judges who sent people to jail for hurting words. That's right. Rape, steal and stab. Let's just put it down to cultural differences. It's community service for you lads. Fence painting. Picking up litter for a few hours. So tell me how our judiciary are not politicised. How they're not compromised and a tool of the state. And to the judges, I hope you get the honours of being promises. Tin pot, despot, Kia. Your political judiciary might be another reason people are angry. Maybe.
This isn't just two-tier policing. This is a two-tier political and social system that is routinely prioritising racial, sexual and gender minorities at the expense of the majority.
Now every tyrant knows the media is tyrant's best friends. Or the media that does what you want them to. They're your friends. Everyone else, they need to be shut down. Which definitely includes us.
I would prefer that the conventional media was more powerful, because social media, it's, you know, the truth of the matter is it's got many great aspects to it in terms of the way people interact with each other, but in politics it's a bit of a drain.
That's right. They call it misinformation. You and I, we call it the truth. And the legacy media, they've been a cheerleader for mass migration agendas of successive governments. They've continually supported their open border policies. Just look at this.
والله الشعور وقت انحبست انا شهر كامل بالسجن. حسيت انه انا لو كنت بسوريا او بالاردن كان احسن لي صراحه. يعني كنت انا ظلم وظلم وانحبست شهر.
That's right. The people held up to us by the media as shining examples, they all turn out to be rapists as well. More migrant rapists. But in the interests of balance, were the legacy media unlucky to choose the migrants as poster boys who turned out to be rapists? No, they weren't unlucky. The British aren't stupid. We all know people affected by these rapes. The unchecked illegal migrants you are actively ferrying into our once green and pleasant lands. They're raping our daughters. They're killing, they're murdering.
So tell me about university. How did that start?
I only decided last minute that I wanted to go to university on my gap year a few months before. It was a very last minute decision. I just felt like I wanted a little bit of a change of plans in my life with that.
How long had you been at university before the attack happened?
2 months.
So not long.
Yeah, new city, new lifestyle.
Okay.
I'd first met this man, or seen this man, way back in the city centre. Okay. He'd followed me for a very long time before the attack.
Okay, so he'd followed you for a long time. Then what happened?
So he just kind of grabbed me on the street and just kind of pulled me into the churchyard.
So he pulled you into the church?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Then he kind of pushed me against, it was like a concrete block. Okay. And then just kind of pulled down the underwear.
I suppose it's every parent's worst nightmare. She's very innocent, very trusting, and I was told that I just needed to step back as a dad. You want to take control, and you want to get in there and fix all the problems. But on this occasion, I had to step back and trust the police.
And how long was it before you got to trial? It was 6 months, exactly 6 months from the day he was remanded.
And did you go in and give evidence?
I did.
That must have been difficult. How was that?
It was difficult. It was especially difficult because I had my final exams for uni on the same week. University. My exams for university were over a 2-week period, and it fell in the same week as the trial. So I was in and out of the exam hall and in and out of the courtroom at the same time.
When the court case was going on, I booked all the time off. My intention was to go there for every day of the case, but I was pretty much told do not come by the police and the barrister due to the severity of it. My daughter closed down, didn't want any help. She was going to deal with this herself. It was very tough on her. She had lots of breakdowns. We had to drive up to where she was many times, 2, 3 in the morning to help her.
So tell me about the rapists, where we living.
So this is what really gets to me, is he was staying in a hotel, and it's not far from a student village. Now,
so he was living very close by to the university?
Yeah, walking distance. The people that are coming illegally, but it says it, they're illegal. They've broken the law when they set foot on our shores. They've broken our laws. So at that point, they should then be detained and processed as criminals. But I don't believe they are. I believe they're being sent to hotels, being given money, and free reign to just wander freely, throughout the community.
He can apply for parole in just 8 years. If he comes out and he's not deported and he's going to be living here, what do you plan to do?
I plan on leaving the country within 7 years.
You just want to be away from him?
Yeah, I don't want to be out in the same.
Do you think he should be deported?
Yeah.
She's changed. Our relationship has changed. I don't think it'll ever be the same.
How was it
as
changed?
it was. We were quite close. We talked quite a lot. I was always there to support her and help her and guide her. But now, I can message her and I could go maybe a week or 2 weeks before she'd respond to that message.
Okay.
We'd play games. We don't play games anymore. I'll call and she won't answer. It's just a lot more distant.
How do you feel as a parent when Sophie leaves the house now?
Awful. It's really tough. So she does have a job. She does go to work part-time. And she does have to walk from where she's living to this job. And she can be walking home later at night now. It's not, we've got to find my friends so I can see where she is and when she's leaving. And my heart, I've had to stop looking at it, because if I try and get an early night, because I've got to be up really early with work, and I find my friends and I can see that she's still at work, I'll then stay up and I'll follow her all the way home, and it's heart-wrenching, because then you'll see the dot stop. And straight away your mind goes to the absolute worst.
Is this an isolated case? Was this just one migrant in one city who has been housed and fed and paid for by the British public, who's decided to rape an English woman walking home? Or is this happening widespread across the country by migrants housed in hotels? Kia, maybe this is why people are angry. Maybe, and let's just have a little challenge here. Let's go on the internet and search a couple of cities. I could pick any city in the UK and search migrant, refugee, rape, and it will bring up cases. We simply don't have time to go through every rape of a migrant in every hotel for this documentary. But can you understand why people are angry? And if it's not the migrants in the hotels, just refugees and asylum seekers are literally raping in every single town and city across the UK. Kia, maybe these are the reasons the British public are angry. Now, the media told you the people in Hartlepool were far right for protesting the hotel. What they don't discuss is the fact that one of the migrants in the hotel left the hotel, committed an act of terrorism, murdered a 70-year-old British grandfather. His family will be angry. The community will be angry. Maybe the people in Bournemouth are angry because an asylum seeker come into our country, lied, like they all do, said he was 14 years old. What checks did you do on him? You put him straight in school with our daughters. So people in Bournemouth might be angry because their daughters were put in school with an adult who pretended he was a child. He went on to sexually harass children, chase people with knives, and later he murdered a 21-year-old in Bournemouth city centre. A Royal Marine was brutally murdered by this asylum seeker. Then the Home Office do their checks. Then we find out he wasn't 14, he was 19. He was a fully grown adult male, and you put him in school with children. Then we find out that on his way to Great Britain, he murdered 2 people with an AK-47 in Serbia. That's right, a cold-blooded killer with no checks, with no vetting, was put in school with parents in Bournemouth. People in Bournemouth are not angry because they're far right or they're racist. It's justified anger because you're failing them time and time again. It's a reality. This is justified anger because of government failures, but they cover it all up. They don't want to talk about their failures, just blame it on the imaginary far right. No Keir Starmer, no the establishment, no the media, no the government. Every part of this is your fault. It's your failures. You've brought these people into our towns and cities. You've endangered our families. That's why the British public are. Look at this. Of course, any statistician will tell you correlation doesn't mean causation. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Let's have a look at the statistics for Sweden, since they opened their borders with rape as well. Literally, the graphs look identical for any country.
So, if you don't understand the intrinsic to Islam is rape, then you don't know what you're talking about. I've read the Quran. It's not like somebody can interpret it for me. I know for a fact it says not only was Muhammad a rapist and a paedophile, but he told his men to go out and rape and do these things. So we're allowing people in, and that's just part of it. I could go on to other aspects of Islam as well, but you have to understand that Muhammad was a rapist and a paedophile, and that's intrinsic to the books. If you've not read the books, you don't understand what I'm talking about.
With open border mass migration, Islamic immigration and rape. Remember, there's 1.7 million unemployed and economically inactive migrants here right now, costing £8.5 billion a year. Anyone out there working right now, you're paying that in your taxes. He says nothing and does nothing about radical Muslim preachers.
How about the one who commits adultery sinner? What about the one who rapes a child? What about the one who drinks alcohol? Good or bad? This person, one person that commits all of these sins, he commits all of these sins on a daily basis, but he prays is better in the eyes of Allah than the one that doesn't commit any of these sins but doesn't pray.
If you accept it, then you're part of it. You don't accept it, but you have to dismantle it.
He said, "Oh, tribes of Kufar, oh, tribes of disbelievers, get out of his way. For we have come to strike you a back's revelation, a strike that removes the head from the shoulders." Allah says, we will strike terror into the hearts of the Kufar. We will strike terror into the hearts of those who disbelieve. Alright? You want to get something important from Allah. You get something important from Allah, that's for which Allah never gave them no authority. You got your democracy, we got our Sharia. You got your free mixing, we got our own Nidah. No, we got our own economic system. We got our own foreign policy. We got our own deen. But the money saying, there are no other people.
He says and does absolutely nothing about knife crime on our streets. He says nothing and does nothing about Islamic terrorism, jihad, Islamic courts, female genital mutilation, misogyny. He can't tell you what a woman is. He kneels for Black Lives Matter. I could go on and on.
Don't forget, as Jesse Lee Pearson, would say, Black Lives Matter was set up by black lesbian Marxists, and who stole all Black Lives Matter's money. So again, Keir Starmer bending to the Marxists now with that dopey bin Angela Arena. I don't know how anybody's voting for that.
He can dispense summary justice for anyone who disagrees with him. Remember how they hate scrutiny. They can't allow their agendas and failures to be exposed. Make a dissenting tweet, go to jail. Go directly to jail. Enter the UK legally, come on in. How's your trick? Have a 5-star hotel. And now listen to this.
both got put away for the riots, both been put in the same prison, both been put in the same cell. In the last 48 hours, the wing that they put them on was 90% Muslim. Both of them, one's been attacked in the shower, they took the shower and battered him. When he managed to get back to his cell, his other mate had been completely battered as well. Their families obviously distraught and everything. They're making targets of them, as well as like examples of them. They're making targets of the lads. They did some damage to them as well.
That's right. Tutik here is putting the unhelpfully outspoken citizens in prisons run by Islamic gangs. He's literally offering them up. Any concerned parents, any concerned British citizens, he put a target on them, calling them far-right Indio racists, and now they're getting hurt in prisons up and down the country.
Somebody who knows about these things told me that, any right-wing, far-right protester landing up in jail, they can expect a pretty cold reception from what he says are Asian gangs inside prison who will be looking out for them.
Keir told everyone they're far-right extremists. Their blood is on your cowardly hands, Keir. You disgust me. You disgust Britain. Now, every tyrant knows they can process people more quickly without dropping a facade. If these irritating political dissonance, if they just plead guilty, say pressurise them. People who have never been in trouble with the law before, and who shouldn't be before the law now. They shouldn't even be in court. They frighten these people into pleading guilty. It's easy for you, Lynch. Just plead guilty. It's easy for your family. Just say you did it.
It's solicitor obviously stood up and said, what do you have on him, do you know what I mean? He hasn't done anything wrong, but the judge, he just didn't want to hear and he was just shaking his head.
Obviously, some people have now been sentenced, your partner Lee, whatever. What do you think to the actual sentence?
I think it's absolutely ridiculous. 3 years, 4 months. It's absolutely ridiculous.
And what is it that he's actually being accused of?
He's being charged with violent disorder.
Did he plead guilty or not guilty?
He had to plead guilty, I told.
Who told him that?
The solicitors and his barrister. And then when he was in the custody, the police said that we'll have social services at our door and stuff.
For his best interest, it would be to plead guilty to the violent disorder, because if he didn't, the starting time was 5 years and he would have no time taken off for his guilty plea. So obviously Jack's forward. I'm already missing out on my daughter's Christmas, our birthday, everything, so he put his guilty plea in.
They'll try to persuade you to plead guilty because then you'll get a reduced prison sentence. Your conviction will be downgraded. Then the headlines will say, oh, look, all these people who pleaded guilty, they must be guilty. And that's not why you pleaded guilty. Pled guilty in order to avoid a lengthy sentence.
But it scared everyone. I mean, nobody wanted to even go out now because the sentences these men have been given. I don't agree with the riots, the smashing the place up and everything else, but I do agree with free speech and you should be able to protest on the streets.
It's just like the post office scandal all over again. Plead guilty and it'll be easier for you. Innocent people suffering. These people are heroes. These people have sacrificed everything. These people are an example to each and every one of us. We have more than one problem. Our first problem is we're led by tyrants. People whose allegiance is to the World Economic Forum, not the British people. People who are vain and deluded enough to believe that they, and only they, the elite, they can create a global utopia, with them in charge, of course. The World Economic Forum has already published their plans.
Still, Melissa, it's necessary. Because we have seen that our...
So we're getting communism and they're getting corporatism.
Which we postuled before the coronavirus struck us, that those policies do not create the necessary inclusion of society necessary for harmonious societal development.
We are led by people who don't believe in borders, people who don't believe in nations, people who don't believe in freedom. These are people who are full of lust for power. People who are rapidly dismantling the cultural heritage.
And I think a few of them went to the P. Diddy parties and might be in Epstein Island as well.
With which we were all blessed. Freedom, equality under the law, Magna Carta and democracy. These are people who want you to be dependent on the state so they can control you. We are led by globalists, totalitarians and communists. This is the main problem. These tyrants are also cowards. They're driven by fear. They fear so many things. Being exposed, losing power, the truth, Islam, and they fear we, the people. They are bewildered and frightened, and like any cornered animal that makes them dangerous, they lash out at their own citizens, vulnerable individuals. They're busy arresting children, but they won't confront Islam. They may be too frightened of what might happen if they do. Or maybe they don't know what to do about Islam. Or perhaps they don't care that Islam isn't compatible with our way of life, because these communists care little for our way of life. Regardless, for now, they cower before Islam. They leave unchallenged the masked armed gangs, the mobs, the militias that wreak havoc on the streets, because chaos serves their purpose. It gives them a reason to act against dissent, and the dissent for now is from the British people. Tweeting about the government's failures. And right now, of course, our nation is crumbling under the weight of mass migration, legal and illegal. So many men from countries and cultures that will not assimilate, cultures that teach their children to hate the West. It's out of control, and it serves the purposes of the globalists, the totalitarians. Kia and his apparatchik communists. Mass migration is part of that.
But not just them, also the Conservative Party as well, the Liberals, the SNP, the Greens, all of them are on that bus. And if you're voting for them, or if you're just not bothering to get out and putting the cross in the box, you have to vote against whoever it is. You have to vote against and stand and vote against these parties.
So, to the people of the United Kingdom, I'm afraid the picture is grim. Our country is in peril. We are led by tyrants and cowards. Our borders are porous. The government is imprisoning its political opponents. That's right. We now have political prisoners. Ordinary, law-abiding people imprisoned for their views. Let that sink in. We all need to understand the freedoms our forefathers fought for, the cultural inheritance with which we were blessed. Neither of these things, our freedom nor our culture, neither is guaranteed. We are only ever one generation away from tyranny. We have never had to live under a fascist or communist regime. That isn't luck. People fought and died to preserve our freedoms. Yet Tute Kia, his Sarti police and his political judges, with their kangaroo courts and summary justice, their failure to apply the law when it suits them, they are trampling on the Magna Carta, that document that shackles the power of authority, that shields all free-born men and women against tyrants and dictators. As Thomas Fairfax declared, holding up the Magna Carta back in the 17th century, this is what we have fought for, and by God, it must be maintained. The principle that lies at the heart of the Magna Carta is that the powers that be, they must obey the law, and they must apply it without fear or favour. That all, including the members of the government, are subject to and equal before the law. Keir Starmer, you and your political bureau, your student union cabal of tyrants and cowards, you have failed more quickly than anyone could have predicted.
Do you think we have freedom of speech here? No, 100% not. And I think that Jack's case just shows that we do not have freedom of speech in this country anymore. You can't say what you want anymore.
No, that's gone. I thought we might have had a little glimmer of it, but we haven't. There's no such thing anymore.
We haven't got freedom of speech. You've got to really be careful what you say to anyone and everyone.
The UK is no longer a free nation. If you do not have democratic options to express your disagreement with the government, that country is no longer a democracy.
Process is the punishment, and it will silence millions. And when we are silent, that is the end of our free speech. And many people still believe that if they allow the government to micromanage their lives and be their single source of truth, then things will be okay. Until one day they don't agree with their government, and they find it isn't okay because they can't speak of it. Without free speech, there is no democracy. And without democracy, there really is only tyranny.
We are free-born English men and women. Your tyranny will fail. Sacrifices have to be made. The courageous political prisoners already know that. Men sitting in jail right now, they know that. And this government will be held to account more quickly than they expect. The tyranny we are seeing now
been years in the making. Blair, Cameron, May, Johnson, Sunak, and now Starmer. They're all subjects of the World Economic Masters and its totalitarian agenda. Years and years of small steps, controlling the speech, importing help, taking the field. So, the hour is upon us. The time is now. Each one of us must take a stand. We must build communities of resistance. We must organise politically. Conservative, Labour, Lib Dems. We must drive every globalist from power. We must reclaim our nation.
This is very urgent business, ladies and gentlemen, I beseech you. Resist it while you still can, and before the right to complain is taken away from you, which will be the next thing, you will be told you can't complain. Watch out for these symptoms. They are the symptoms of surrender. Resist it while you can.
We must resist while we still can.
And apparently he's gay as well. I mean, it's quite incredible. He's like the P. Diddy of British politics. Wee bumboy. Bumboy Starmer. baby oil bumboy.
Most of them are fighting age men. What do you think they're coming in for? Shame on you, shame on you. When I fall, I shame on you. Tell the truth, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you.
Heaven Enos, the granny killers.
You designer suits paid for by Lord Ali. While you take the side of every minority, you brand the British people indigenous to this land. As far right racist thugs, why can't you understand?
Oh, there's music again. Oh, music. Oh, there it is, yeah. There you go. Still music, still music.
Another way of saying that is, what's good for the news is good for the dead.
It's a shame about the speakers, guys, man. We need to improve the speakers in the next one.
Another way of saying that is you have to have one standard justice, not two standards.
This is Ezra Levante from Rebel News.
And what I've seen in the United Kingdom is not the UK either, but law school in Canada. When we study the law, we look to the roots of it. The rule of law, we look to the British cases. And it meant that no one was above the law. No one was too powerful or too fancy to be held to account, but it also meant no one was beneath the law. And I believe that second part is the problem.
He's actually a lawyer.
In the United Kingdom today. Look at the treatment of thousands of young girls in this country, like in Rotherham. They were beneath the law. The law didn't give a damn about them because they were indigenous, white British women. That's just too politically incorrect. Look at how this event is being policed today. Riot police with their riot gear. I saw one cop filming everyone's face. He told me it wasn't for facial recognition. I was in London for the 100,000-person pro-Hamas march, where they chanted for Intifada, that's a violent riot against the Jews, where they called for genocide. No riot police here right there. No one filming the faces there. I'm worried that the United Kingdom's core character of the rule of law is falling apart. And the fact that they are trying to intimidate you and not have you gather is part of that. Tommy Robinson was arrested last night under the Terrorism Act, a version of the American Patriot Act, because he couldn't give them the cell phone password to get into his phone. That's a law for terrorists.
I think they could have turned down that. There's getting a lot of echo in those speakers.
Do you think they applied that law to the organizers of the pro-Hamas rallies in this city? really after weekends cars. The police were not even visible in those rallies. They were hidden away, less than a defense. I think it's incredibly important that you stand up here, not just for Tom Robinson, and not just for yourselves, but for the great legacy that you inherited from generations that came before you. So many lives were lost over so many centuries to give Britain a legal system that everyone would trust and love. And let me close with one last point before I give the microphone back. There are some people who would drive Tommy Robinson out of the establishment, out of the mainstream, who would ban him from having rallies. But Tommy Robinson, in my view, is necessary to keep hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people involved in the system. If he's kept out, people will give up on the system. They'll give up on the freedom. Keep standing for freedom. Keep fighting for freedom.
Here's something you'll all be interested in. So, behind the scenes, Urban Scoop have been talking to Tommy today from jail. And what Tommy has said is that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, be prepared for a peaceful protest outside whatever jail he's in, which will probably be Belmarsh.
We'll be down there.
And now we're going to have a few words from a man of God, Canon Philip Harris.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can I cause chaos for a couple of moments? Given the significance of today, I want you to look to a person to your left or to your right, or in front or behind, and get their attention and say, my name is, and give them your name, and I am from, and tell them where you're from, and make this statement to them. It is good to stand with you today. Would you do that in the next 30 seconds, just very quickly? Make sure, as a priest in God's church, I feel I need to do a couple of things before I hand the microphone back.
Extremely modest, but I'm going to be saying to this, and what do you want to say right now? He says, just say, I'm a proud Yorkshireman and a friend of Tommy Robinson. There's a lot more today, not within that, but a big massive round of applause for Danny Lockwood. Hello, London. Wow. It isn't often when Yorkshire boys get down this slow. A couple of things. Firstly, I'm forming a priest who should admit that I am a sinner, because I, Danny Lockwood, am a journalist. And more than that, for over 40 years, I've been a member of the mainstream media. A little bit louder, please. Ooh! Heck, I even worked on the BBC! Ooh! But what I also have been is a colleague of Tommy Robinson for 10 years. I've worked with Tommy on 2 of his books, Enemy of the State and Silence. As an editor, I was once the director of the United Kingdom Society of Editors. I have been in front of judges for contempt and libel even more than Tommy. As such, it puts me in a good position to explain to you today what I believe he's just been put through. And I would not have been here today if Tommy had not been dragged off the streets and locked up yesterday. In my 46 years as a journalist, I've seen some grievous and egregious injustices carried out, but never have I seen 2 worse than the ones I'm just going to outline for you very briefly. In 2018, Tommy was dragged off the streets of Leeds by a judge called Jeffrey Morrison. He was locked up for weeks on end on contempt of court charges.
I can't hear a bloody word of that.
There's not one. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. never gets old seeing such things practice. It's really rare. We haven't got very much good news recently, though, do we? Stephen Lennon is the news like Spalding. Tommy Robinson is leader, and those of course the police. As just to be clear, quotes and notes, so there was fake news. He was charged with 100 fake providers pin to his mobile phone from the terrorist note, which is just unbelievable. There's no evidence, of course, where the reason man would suggest that someone was a terrorist. This is outrageous, and that's not the whole court.
It's a real shame, man. That's some of these speeches would have been great, man, if you could actually hear them. But the echo of this is just absolutely atrocious. I think I don't think it's the camera, man. I think it's actually the speakers on the stage. I think they need to change the bass on it because you're getting a hell of an echo there. I can hardly hear what Carol's saying.
And I think you can quite easily compare it to some of the other choices that the state makes. For example, Chris Starmer decided to release thousands of...
No need for a family. I'll take God out of school. You can worship the government, just obey all the rules. But to be a great racist, I need to find a way to decrease the numbers of black, brown, and, hey, abortion. But with a little more stealth, I'll fool the whole world and call it women's health. But still some will be born, so we'll need to confuse them. We can turn men into women and women into men. I think that'll do it. That'll be the trick, but still there will be others. We'll need to make them sick with food or drugs. Well, surely in time, we could also infest their neighborhoods with crime. And the people will love me, no matter what the fuss is, because I'll do all of these things and call it justice. Now, this plan will cost money. I'll impose more tax on the people who already break their backs. Who cares? They can nickel and dime it and get this. I'll blame it all on the climate. No more comfort, no more convenience, no more oil, no gasoline. It's going to be amazing.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm 27 and I'm from Nantes in France. I am an activist and spokesperson for the Minority Collective. First, we would like to thank Tommy Robinson and the other organizers.
I'm going to leave it there because it's really doing my nothing, the echoing on that. I hope that was good, guys. I'm not quite sure if any of you guys are saying anything. No, I think that's us. I think I'm going to leave it there. Get me out of here. My baby gorillas, we are done. Quite interesting though. Big shout out to who was I using there? Was it UK Resistance that was using the streams? Music again, my god man, honestly. Stop playing music on the streams. Where I had to get out of here. Get me out of here. Yeah, it's quite difficult doing it outside. My baby gorillas.